First drop like bombs start detonating. Trying to bring love and hope to the generation. For the ones in the pen, know they steady wait.
Going through all types of physical and mental torture. But that's alright, because we said even before this happened, that we're going to stand not to out locked up, not to everybody locked up, that you can jail revolutionaries,
Hello.
but you can't jail a revolution.
Know you black and beautiful. Know you black and beautiful. All my people stand up. My black people stand up.
All my people stand up.
All my people stand up.
All my people stand up.
My black people stand up.
All my people stand up, baby.
Yup. That sound good? Ashe. Thank you.
Hello? Can I be heard? Hello, everybody. Where's my co-moderator, co-host, Ernesto? Everyone, we will be starting momentarily. And we want to thank everyone for being here, for your presence, and for the work that you do. Where's my co-moderator? Ernesto. We're going to, I just have to take a few moments to just say that it is an absolute honor to be in this room with each and every one of you. And I know that there are a lot of people who support this very important cause on behalf of our beautiful, wonderful, strong, everlasting, ever-present. Death cannot hold him down. Death cannot separate. And we just pay honor to Ralph Poynter. Woo, 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 woo. the freedom fighter, Ralph Poynter, who literally dedicated his entire life, every minute of his existence, to the struggle to ending oppression for all people. He was a valiant, I say is, because I don't talk about people in the past tense. Like I said, I don't believe that death can chain people down or separate us. Ralph Poynter, his legacy, his life is a testimony to someone who fought every minute of his existence to the freedom for all people. And I know with what is going on today, he would be telling every one of us, we better do the work and live like him. I want to bring up his grandson, who's acting so shy. Ernesto Stewart, co-moderator. Say a few words, Ernesto.
Is this one on? All right. So it's a beautiful morning here in the house of the Lord. It's a real blessing to be here with everyone here today. So many people just like pouring into the cause that my grandfather was fighting for, which was justice and righteousness and goodness for all people. He always believed in a strong sense of unity and bringing people together and not judging people based on their appearances, but the content of their character. And like Sister Lisa was saying, he sacrificed his life. He sacrificed personal gain for a community gain, a community impact, and really changing people's lives. And I think it's no coincidence we're here today, again, in the house of the Lord, because I feel like, maybe controversial, but I feel like my grandfather did have a heart after God. I believe in Romans 2, it says that the law is imprinted onto our heart, and so often we just ignore that call for justice, for righteousness, to be excellent. And my grandfather did not shy away from that. You know, he didn't have a religious motive. He didn't push anything religious, but he did believe in that innate understanding of what's just and what's unjust. And again, it's an honor to be here today. I really, people that continue, that persevere, that long suffering, that is also a gift of the Lord. And I just want to say, it is a blessing to be here with everyone here today. And I thank you guys for coming to support the memory of my grandfather, who for me is the greatest man I've ever been in the presence of. Thank you.
Also, I just want to give a couple of acknowledgments. First of all, our sister Betty Davis partnered to Ralph Poynter. Woo, 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 woo. And we absolutely thank this church and that beautiful sign out there that says everyone is welcome here, or something like that it says. But it was so heartwarming to see that, uplifted my heart, especially during these horrible, nightmarish times. I want to just say a couple of more words, and then we're going to turn it over to our talent, to our jazz group. But I got to say, free Palestine! Hands off Africa! Hands off Uhuru! Hands off Cuba! Hands off Latin America! Free all political prisoners! And everybody's got the right to live in this world free of oppression and colonialism and U.S. imperialism. Uhuru! And also on behalf of the Uhuru movement, the Black is Back Coalition, we thank all of you for your support and Uhuru. And now, we're going to have a cultural performance by Kayla Blue. Am I saying that correctly? Please excuse any errors I might make. I'm coming raw, but I'm here. So we're going to open up now with a cultural presentation by our jazz performers and artists. Thank you so much. Uhuru.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. Yes, thank you so much. Welcome to St. Mark's. We're the St. Mark's Ensemble, led by Miss Janine Otis, and this is a request that was asked. We want to sing a piece by Horace Silver called Song for My Father. We have Bim Strasberg here, and we have Yuki Orihelva here, and we have Janine Otis on piano. there was ever a man who was generous, gracious, and good, that was my dad, the man, a human being so true he could live like a king 'cause he knew the real pleasure in life to be devoted to and always stand by me, so I'd be unafraid and free. If there was ever a man who was generous, gracious, and good, that was my dad, the man. If there was ever a man who was generous, gracious, and good, that was my dad, the man, a human being so true he could live like a king 'cause he knew the real pleasure in life devoted to and always stand by me, so I'd be unafraid and free. If there was ever a man who was generous, gracious, and good, that was my dad, the man. Thank you.
Wonderful gift. Thank you. And we know you will be back. I was really enjoying that. I forgot what I was supposed to be doing, but I'm here moderating. Our next, do we by chance have the drummer here yet? Is the drummer here yet? Okay. Well, we will move on. But, of course, when they come, they're more than welcome. We have room in the program for them. Our next, we have poetry and libation ceremony. They're here. Great, come right on up. Are you If I mispronounce or miss anybody's names, please, it's not coming from my heart. It's coming from my confused, tired mind this morning. But please feel free to correct me. Let's welcome Hala. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank y'all for having us here. It is also an honor to, be able to uplift and honor our ancestor, our Poynter, and all our revolutionaries, freedom fighters who have fought, and the reason why we are here today, right? Very important. And in this process, we're gonna do libations, which is an ancient African ritual. It's a spiritual ritual. It connects us with the divine energy, right? Allah, God, divine creatress, whoever we name, but we understand that it is the divine, right? It is the divine spirit, the creative spirit, right? And we also honor our ancestors, right? And we ask our ancestors to be with us in this process, to come inside of us and outside of us. And we understand that because we are trying to fight a war that is trying to strip us of our culture, trying to strip us of our spirituality, trying to strip us of our humanity, right? And so we must remember why we fight. And so we also ask folks to come to the altar, right? Come to the altar sometime today and give your praise, pay the homage to the ancestors, and sit with the altar, right? And sit with yourself. And with that, we are going to go into libation. And we ask folks, we say Ashe. Ashe is the response, right? It's an affirmation, it's an acknowledgement, right? And we say Ashe. And we ask you, say your ancestors' names. Say your ancestors' names as we pour. And we also want to honor the four directions, right? The north, the south, the east, the west. We also want to honor the elements, right? The sky, the earth, the water, the fire, right? And all the in-between. We want to pay and pour to our ancestors, right? Who created and studied the world, studied the plants, studied the animals, and created civilization. The reason why we are here is because the ancestors understood and learned and created civilization for us to live in humanity. And we pour to our ancestors who continue to empower us, who have fought against imperialism, capitalism, colonization, and we say their names. Ralph Poynter. Ashe. Say your ancestors' names. Ashe. 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 Yuri Kichiyama. Ashe. Gracie Boggs. Ella Baker. Fannie Lou Hamer. Ashe. Queen Mother Moore. Ashe, Yah Sentawa. Queen Nanny, Mother of the Maroons. Ashe, Betty Bookman. Ashe, Matula Shakur. Afeni Shakur. Sekou Odinga. Ashe, Blood McCrary. Alice Green. And say your personal ancestors' names, your bloodline. Say your ancestors' names.
Auntie Pat.
Mary Jane General Davis.
Ashe.
Tomasa Vernon.
Ashe.
Glorious Robinson.
Ashe. Auntie Lynn.
Ashe. Ricky A.R. Ashe. Ashe. And we give a strong Asheo! Ashe, Madasi. Pastor Mark Conrad.
We said, this is for the ancestors. We said, this is for your ancestors. We said, this is for our ancestors, particularly the ones that stand with us and plan with us. We talking about a pedagogy of patience. They still waiting for your transformation and for you to heal from all the still waving and generation after generation of living out your own plantation. We said, this is for our ancestors, particularly the ones that get killed for us, sacrifice and build for us. We talking about indigeneity without no regulation. Culture is our education. Emotional communication. Vulnerability is what we embracing. We said, this is for our ancestors, particularly the ones that love you when they don't got to, but love you because they got you. This is for our ancestors, particularly the ones that stand with us and plan with us. We talking about a pedagogy of patience, and they still waiting for your transformation and for us to heal from all the steel blazing and generation after generation of living out our own plantations. We said that was for our ancestors. Shout it out. I said, we gonna make freedom anyway. Y'all ain't woke. I said, we gonna make freedom anyway. Nah. We gonna take freedom, we don't play. Click, click. In the spirit of BLA, make them pay. Make revolution every day. Our mamas and babas told us we better huddle, cause we may get lost in the struggle. Free them all, it's a cause for the struggle. Non-profits make it all about the hustle. It's holla, and we don't give a fuck about your dollars. It's the African saga from the Dagara to the Nguzu Saba. They taught us about Bambata, but they didn't teach us about Asada. Nah, we don't want this non-profit leadership. Who gave us these non-profit leaders? Y'all can keep those non-profit leaders. We need our Sekou Odingas. Our Sekou Odingas. Our Sekou Odingas. Ashe, free the land, free all our political prisoners. Shout out to the ancestors. Our ancestors don't die, they just get with us and we get with them. Free the land.
Thank you, that was very powerful. Next we have Reverend Anne Marie Witchker. I believe she presides over this congregation here. Yeah, she presides over, where is she?
Good morning, everyone. Just a very brief word of welcome. Just to say, Ralph was so loved in this place and loved so many people in this place and shared his love with so many people in this place. And so we hope you know this is your place. And grateful for the sacred space you're creating today and for the power and presence that you're bringing into the church today. So we're grateful to be hosting, grateful to Betty, honored to be hosting today, and especially grateful to our music director, Janine Otis, without which nothing would happen at St. Mark's. So thank you all.
And we're really appreciative of you Anne-Marie, for allowing us to be in this space. And yeah, give her a round of applause. It's pretty bold to host, a political prisoner rally, especially in New York. There's a lot of opposition force, especially when it comes to Mamiya and Black liberation as a whole. Just the racism that exists in New York City is just overwhelming, even though we like to look at ourselves as a liberal city, probably the most racist city in the country. And so just as she was mentioning, next we have Janine Otis in the St. Mark's Choir performing. Thank you very much.
will say one thing. This is a bassoon. Nazreen and I play bassoon because of a woman named Gail Hightower who died last year, and we recently had a memorial for her. So we used to be a threesome that would play at St. Mark's. And Mr. Poynter really loved having bassoons at church. So although we are two, we know that the spirit of Gail is also with us as a trio.
We're
We're also really grateful to Gail for connecting us with Ralph while he was still here. That allowed us to be present when Lynn was released and also to be present for her passing. And now today again, so it all comes full circle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My grandfather definitely had a heart for the wind instrument. He used to play clarinet, and I know just seeing this and hearing them perform before, he loved this church, you know. He loved the people in this church, the congregation, and yeah, just for sisters like this that just, you know, boldly play the bassoon and do so with such excellence. It's really beautiful. It's really beautiful. And now I have the privilege and honor of introducing my cousin, Miss Milana Velasquez, reading a poem titled Ralph Poynter Hug by Raymond Nat Turner. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, so Ralph was my grandfather, and normally, before I matured a little bit, I would say I was his favorite. But I realize now that I have kids that my grandfather really had a way of making everybody feel like they were his favorite. So and this poem gets me every time. I'm gonna try not to cry. I'm gonna try to get it right. He would tell me, get it right. All right, so. For Ralph, they have got to pick up the work. 1, when I finished poeting St. Peter's for Lynn, when I finished poeting Riverside for Glenn, I received Ralph hugs and lived to marvel them. Ever receive a Ralph hug? Ever receive a Ralph hug and recalibrate solidarity? Ever receive a Ralph hug and know it's not business, it's personal? Ever receive a Ralph hug and gloat over protected species status? Ever receive a Ralph hug and know the real meaning of human shield? It's Christmas Day and the ancestors say, Ray, we need you to preach a poem punctuated with emeralds and rubies and diamonds. No Ralph hug this time. We need you trying and training, town crying, red blues. 3, the ancestors said, some of us celebrated Big Apple. Christmases passed, reconnected with cousins, listened in awe to aunts and uncles, gave and received gifts with long tons of love. This Christmas, we want the best. The ancestors said, we met more than 4 corners, conferred, discussed, debated, decided, 6 decades serving the peoples worthy of promotion, worthy of AIT, ancestor in training. The ancestors said, some of you will surely scream, as if I've snatched a battalion. No, we're gifting golden opportunities. Walk unbent in his moccasins. Run long distances in his boots. The ancestors said, some of you will surely scream. I already messed it up, my bad, hold on. The ancestors said, your Keystone State son of a steel worker lives toiling in fertile fields of your minds, lives sowing DNA deep resistance, cursing through your heart's farms. The ancestors said, the steel's hard from knowing white, heat and hammer. The steelworker's son leaves looped, his triple platinum hit, 3-word song of love, anti-capitalist chant, meditation for movements, keep it going. The ancestors said, he kept bouncing out of bed, keep striking blows at monsters burying babies beneath, busted brick, twisted rebar rubble, monsters gunning down doctors, bombing hospitals while howling operations. The ancestors said, he said, keep focusing floodlights on fascists deploying dyslexic snipers reading press as target, and fascists who can't wait to make America great again, basking in brutal glory of the 50s through the 1850s. 4, the ancestors said, roll up your sleeve before you leave and get Ralph Poynter, protracted resistance booster, shots, 6-decade lasting jabs. Roll up your sleeve before you leave and get Ralph Poynter, Postal worker protection injections. Neither rain, sleet, or snow stops you. Roll up your sleeve before you leave and fill Ralph Poynter prescriptions. Possible side effects include reliability, rebelliousness, ever readiness for revolution.
Thank you so very, very much for that powerful poem, I believe written by Raymond Nat Turner. That's right. Uhuru, thank you so much. By the way, Uhuru means freedom. You'll hear me say that a lot. And also, speaking of what you said about favorites, I was one of his favorites. but we know that we all were one of his favorites. Everybody that he met became one of his favorite people. Well, maybe not everybody he met, but all the good people became one of his favorite people. It gives me great honor, you'll be hearing me say that every time I come up here, but it's all true, to bring up our next commentator presenter. I wanted to say, as you all know, that this is not just a fundraiser on behalf of the wonderful spirit of Ralph Poynter for our political prisoners and freedom fighters, but also for WBAI, which long before we all hear and see all these podcasters now, these revolutionary podcasters and doing this groundwork, guerrilla warfare reporting, journalist reporting. Well, WBAI was one of the first to ever do that. They have quite a tremendous history, I think going back as far as the 1950s, which I know is a very ancient time for a lot of people here, but we should really become familiar with their work, and I know that part of the proceeds are going to be going also to WBAI. Sister Betty, as we know, Sister Betty and Ralph Poynter had their show, What's Happening, and so many others that are here. And that station, also you see me with this Hands Off Uhuru shirt. That station played a pivotal role, that station and network, in terms of getting the message out here, making the clarion calls that we needed to hear for revolution and for being a voice of the voiceless. And so many of the words that we know from our revolutionary leaders that have gone on, like Martin Luther King, our brother Malcolm X, and so many others, many of that happened because WBAI and the Pacifica Network preserved their voices when nobody else would even cover them. So we definitely want to give great appreciation to WBAI and to our next presenter, Dawood Andre. Dawood! All right. But wait, I ain't through yet. I got to read this. Our brother Dawood Andre is a Haitian activist in the New York City area Haitian community. For over the years, he has been active in the struggle for freedom and emancipation of Haiti here in the U.S. and around the world. Since 2004, Dawood has been doing education and organizing work through regular radio programs in the Haitian community and beyond. He is the host of the daily Creole language Eritrea. Papa Dessalines, please correct that if I didn't say that correctly. The airs of Jean-Jacques Dessalines, aired on Brooklyn's Radio Omega, SCA, and weekly English language Haiti. Our revolution continues on Pacifica's WBAI 99.5 FM, Saturdays 4 to 5 p.m. Dawood has been a member of Kamakoda, the committee to mobilize against dictatorship in Haiti since its founding in 2014. He's also a strong supporter of the Uhuru movement, and Sister Betty told me I better make sure that I say and talk about and let you know how much we appreciate all the work that you did, and also our fellow comrades at WBAI in terms of covering what was going on with the Uhuru movement and putting out the call to support. Thank you so much. Brother Dawood.
So my program in the Haitian community is Héritier, Papa Dessalines. An héritier is a heir. Like all of us here, we are heirs of Ralph Poynter, people who embrace what he left us, and we continue in the path. So Jean-Jacques Dessalines is the founder of our country in Haiti. He's the one who said after, hundreds of years of slavery, we have nothing to talk to these people about anymore. And he took up the slogan, coupe tête, boule caille, cut off their heads and burn down their houses. This is the only thing that's going to get us freedom. So Ralph, we connected with Ralph around the work of October 22nd Coalition, parents who lost their children to police brutality. Lynn worked with some of the parents, and Ralph always there. And Ralph loved Haiti, not because it's a beautiful country, but because of the history, the struggle of our people. And he never missed an opportunity to tell us about Saline, his grandchild, who carried the name of Jean-Jacques Dessalines. And we were very, very happy. So Ralph, for me, was a kind of mentor. And I want to thank Sister Betty, thank the family, everyone, for giving me the honor to say a few words at this beautiful event for Ralph. So, one thing I don't want to not say, and I want to say it at the outset, if everyone can please give a salute to Leonard Peltier. This is our first event. With Leonard being out, and those of us who go to the National Day of Mourning every year in Plymouth, Massachusetts, it's going to be a special one this November. And I want to encourage everyone to put it in your calendar to be there, because every year the day is dedicated to Leonard. And this is the first year since it began that Leonard is out. I don't want to say he's free, because none of us are free, but he's on the other side of the wall. So kudos to Leonard. You want to shout out also to December 12th movement, because yesterday we were at a protest at the UN, a U.S. mission to the UN, because I don't know if everybody here knows, but the clowns in the White House, they decided to kick out the South African ambassador to the U.S. because Trump claims the man is a racist. How funny does it get, And so December 12th held a protest yesterday against this. And the thing is that a lot of people think Trump is stupid. They think Trump is crazy. He's neither stupid nor crazy. He's someone with an agenda. And of course, he understands that most of these things he's signing, what they want to do, they're not going to stick. But some of them will. And it's about terrorizing the world, terrorizing the people in this country, the people everywhere. And at a certain point, some people are mistaken to think that it's about the Haitians eating dogs and cats, right? It's about, the Venezuelans being gang members. It's about, but they have an agenda. They have an agenda to scare all of us into doing what they want us to do, to create the world that they imagine. And those of us who are not going to do what they want us to do. They want us to get under the bed, to stay quiet, and to do nothing. But what would Ralph tell us to do at a time like this? Well, he would say to fight. He would say to fight. And this is what we have to do. Don't wait for the knock to come to your door. Don't do that, because this is what they want. You know? And, this garbage with South Africa, this is because South Africa took Israel to the international court. You understand? And when you take Israel to the international court, you take the United States to the because Israel does not exist without the United States. There could have been no genocide for 75 years without the United States, doing this. And so this is the fight that all of us have to take up. To speak about Haiti, I cannot come here and not speak about Haiti. What I always say is I want family to understand that the same fight that our people waged 221 years ago. Yes, Haiti is 221 years old. And we were not gifted freedom or independence. Our people, they fought. It's like about 150,000 of our people died. They were not Haitians, they were Africans from everywhere. They fought because they said, this thing called slavery should not exist. And, it's not when they won, after in 1804 declared independence, that these people were free. These people were free the moment they decided to fight. They said, slavery no more. And this is what we all have to understand. Our enemies, they can have all the money, all the weapons, everything they have. But once we decide no more, it is no more. Of course, we're going to die. Of course, there are those of us who are going to pay the ultimate price. But our children and our children's children will not know this garbage. And so this is what the Haitian Revolution meant to Ralph. And when we met in the streets, in the struggles, Sister Betty, Ralph, and Lynn, everywhere with us in protests, saying, we have to fight. This is the only crime, is to do nothing, is to say nothing in the face of this garbage. And the people, our people in Haiti, they're fighting the fight that our ancestors fought hundreds of years ago. No, our enemies, they need to convince the world that Haitians cannot get it together, that, there's always upheaval going on, that, they call it a failed state. Haiti is no failed state. Our people are in struggle. And whenever you're in struggle, there's going to be what looks to be chaos. And that's fine. That's fine. The only time there's no chaos is when we accept what they want to feed us. And so, please support the struggle of the Haitian people. understand that what you hear, the gangs terrorizing our people, this is the work of the enemies of our people. If you see a young man, woman, a child in Haiti, barefoot or with slippers on, carrying a $10,000 US weapon, this is not someone doing his own bidding. This is someone being manipulated. And I'm going to repeat these names because I did an interview this week with Black Agenda Radio, and it was aired Thursday evening. And unfortunately, the names of 3 white men supporting the gangs in Haiti, terrorizing the Haitian people, was cut out of this interview. I repeated the names, but it was cut out of the interview. Kim Ives, Dan Cohen, Travis Ross. These are 3 white men telling the world that these criminal terrorists in Haiti are making a revolution. How do you make a revolution? By killing poor people in the poor neighborhoods, burning schools, burning hospitals, with weapons that are not your weapons. You understand? So I want folks to understand that our people are gonna win, and we have no doubt. And all of us are going to win if we fight, if we fight, if we fight. And honor to Ralph, please support WBAI. You know what it is? At a time like this, whatever problem you might have, you don't exactly agree with what's going on, but imagine the world, imagine New York City without something like WBAI. Imagine that. Imagine this moment we are living without a weapon to get your message out, to fight. So please support WBAI, and every time you think about the political prisoners, remember Ralph's credo. Every week it was played on the program. Ralph's credo that says that these people are where they are because they fought for you. These people are locked up because they fought for all of us. And we have to have the courage to get them out by any means necessary. Thank you, family.
For a moment, I thought I heard Daddy Buckman speaking. That man right there is from Haiti, the country that had a revolution and ended enslavement. Woo, 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 woo. So we know we can do it. Is Brother Zaid Muhammad in the house? Is our Brother Zaid, my fellow comrade from Jersey? Okay. Okay, he's still in transit. So the next person that we have up is...
Let me hop in real quick. I have
Sure.
This is off the program, as brother or Mr. Andre said, that my grandfather had very strong political opinions, and he had a very clear voice about what needed to be done in terms of unifying the movement and fighting back and not accepting the oppression that the government has imposed on all of us. And so I feel like a memorial for my grandfather would not be complete without my grandfather here. So I'm gonna play a quick 1-minute thing that he had me record, or he had Miss Davis record a while back in 2016 when my grandmother was still here. But I just wanted to play it real quick and just in memory of him.
American descendants of Africa have been fighting a war against slavery and oppression for 500 years or more. Many have been captured and today are in prison, death camps in the United States. Our demand is for the immediate release for all political prisoners. In the past, the people that we have elected have not acted on behalf of political prisoners or ourselves. Therefore, our demand of them is unequivocal support of the release of these prisoners. We will only elect those who work with us in support of this demand. We will no longer practice political slavery. That is, to do political work without political reward. Again, that reward is the release of our political prisoners now. Oh.
So what's the call? What's the call? Uhuru, thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. How awesome to hear his voice, and I got to remember to get that and make sure I send it around. Next, we're going to bring up, because Fire introduces Fire, we're going to have our sister Pam Africa here to introduce. Well, you tell me who you're going to introduce, because Fire needs to introduce Fire. Sister Pam Africa with Primo Mia. Primo Mia, what's the call? Brick by brick, wall by wall, we're going to free Mumia, Abu Jamal, and all of them. This one I think is better for you to speak from.
This is shorter.
Oh, we can hear you.
Okay, right. Well, you all know it's a pleasure to be here, and to see so many people who are kept with a lot of things going on in New York today, a lot of good things, and it's good to see that our people is trying to make them all, and we're here today, to raise funds, much needed funds for WBAI. We're here to discuss political prisoners, and I got the honor today, to introduce Brother Charles Barron. But before he come up, I want to tell you how I feel about Brother Charles Barron. I saw a podcast he did yesterday, and I watch his program all the time, and I've been in the streets with him. And this brother, I know y'all like to claim him here for you, right? No, he has made his presence around the world, but in Philadelphia, and this brother, as an elected official of the people, came down into Philadelphia. We need examples like him, because when he came down in Philadelphia, the politicians that used to stand back, they had to run up to the mic and start saying some things, They wasn't Dave Richardson's, but this brother here shook them up. And he represents the thunder, the roar of the ocean. This brother represents the hurricanes, the tornadoes. He set fear, not in the people who believe in life, but those who believe in death. These politicians that work for the people, that mess up our air, mess up our water, mess up our soil, put our people in jail, throw them out of jail. I got put in and thrown out. And, my time wasn't even up. But this brother here is not enough that can be said for this brother Charles Barron. When I hear him on the radio, I had to call him. I had to call him yesterday morning. And I heard him on a radio station, on a podcast, and he was talking about everything that's wrong with this government, everything that is wrong with us. He makes it plain. And just to hear him, I was doing some things, and everything in here just started moving around, and make you want to get up there and start gut punching these mother suckers. Okay? I'm in the church. I didn't say it. Hey, clap for Pam! Clap for Pam! Clap for Pam! And I'm not going to stay up too long, because I get more descriptive of these monsters. But I'm truly blessed to be here today to introduce our brother, our warrior brother, and the brother that we're going to put back in the office. See, when brother didn't make it this time back, And it was a signal for us that we got to do more work because we came relaxed. We came relaxed because it was victory, victory, victory. As he was gut punching and stumping these mother suckers in the ground, we got relaxed. We thought we had it made. So, oh no, I don't have to go this time. Look, one thing that this brother set forth, when he didn't make it, he didn't stop. He kept going. He kept generating. Charles Barron, to the mic, brother. Charles Barron, our brother, our leader, Brother Charles Barron. Thunder, lightning, this brother is frightening.
Black power. Say it like you mean it. Black power. My brothers and sisters, I could not have been introduced by a greater spirit than Pam Africa. Everything she said about me can be said about her. To the spirit of Ralph. Ralph, I'm speaking for you today. I know the words that I'm about to utter is what you would want to have said to us on this day. No one had a stronger spirit, fighting spirit, consistent over the years. It's not easy to be consistently revolutionary. Some people start off that way and fade into something else. But Ralph was consistent until his last breath. Give it up for the spirit of Ralph Poynter. And we can say the same thing about Betty Davis. Betty Davis, you know, she's incredible. We go back to when she was a teacher, and she was teaching young people how to be revolutionaries in the system. And I remember we were fighting so that they didn't shut down her school or shut down her program. Betty was right there, teaching, planting. There's nothing more powerful than to plant a seed of revolutionary in the fertile minds of our youth. There's nothing more powerful than that. And that's what Betty Davis does for us and has done over the years. Bilal Sunni Ali, we got to respect his spirit. He's going to be honored tomorrow in Atlanta. To all of our fallen soldiers, my good friend, my heart and soul, Mutulu Shakur, we appreciate his spirit. I'll always remember Mutulu. I brought my son Jawanza to Atlanta when he was in prison there. And I thought I was going to have a nice conversation with Mutulu. He pushed me out the way and started talking to my son for about an hour. I think I got 2 sentences in, but it was a memorable time for my son because he never forgot that conversation with Mutulu. So, you know, we say free them all, and we got to say it, but the task of doing it is a phenomenal task. So I wanted to come to you today to say, if you see me energized and all excited, because we're winning. We are winning. And people are too trumpetized to organize and realize that we're winning. All over the world, we are winning. In the belly of the beast, we are winning. And you're looking at a wounded animal in the belly of a beast. A wounded animal is dangerous, but they are wounded. Capitalism, imperialism, colonialism, and especially neo-colonialism is dying globally all over the world. The reason why Trump emerges is because of the dying American empire, because of the devaluing of the dollar locally, internationally. This is what's going on. This is what's so deep. When he says, make America great again, that's not just to make him back to racism here domestically. He's talking internationally. because the global community has come to grips with their ability to defeat imperialism and colonialism and the dollar. So with the rise of that, y'all remember in 1944 when they had the conference right here in New Hampshire, the Bretton Woods Conference. All of the white nations came together. This was right after World War II. I believe what Amali Yeshitela says, that's Imperialist War I and Imperialist War II, because that's what those two wars were really about. But after World War II, Imperialist War II, Franklin Delano Roosevelt and England got together and they said, let's make America the superpower. Because at that time it was France and England. So Winston Churchill got together with Roosevelt and said in '44, let's make America the superpower and let's make the dollar rule the global economy, globalization. We'll make the dollar mandatory for all countries to trade. You have to use the dollar. So in 1944, they said that we have gold to back up the dollar. Where did they get gold from? Ain't no gold in England. Ain't no gold in France. They stole that from Africa. So they said, we'll take our stolen gold and back up the dollar, and we'll use that dollar to globalize, control the total economy of the world. This is what they did in 1944. And they said, we'll start the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, and we'll start the World Bank, and America and the European countries will control the World Bank. We'll control the International Monetary Fund, and we'll make the dollar the ruler. And that's what they did. And then the League of Nations that started in 1920 became the United Nations in 1946. And so the United Nations, also controlled by the West and the European countries, became the international institution. And they looked at the gross domestic product, the GDP, the gross domestic product, and they said, we'll formulate the G7. These are 7 North or Polar North countries that are imperialist countries: United Kingdom, United States, Canada, France, Germany, Japan, and Italy. The G7. They said the G7 is going to control the world. And the G7, which was the Polar North, will control the Polar South. That was African countries, that was Asian countries, Latin American countries, Caribbean countries. So the imperialists controlled everything up to this point. They controlled everything. The dollar was king, queen, and everything else. So here comes now about 1949. They said we got to put something behind this economic power, and they created NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. This was a military coalition. Y'all all right? Stay with me now. Give me a hand clap. Got to make sure we just stay with this. They had a military coalition, and the military coalition said, we got to stop Russia. And so they kept moving up on Russia, NATO. NATO murdered, along with Barack Obama, the great leader of Libya, Muammar Gaddafi, was murdered by NATO, Barack Obama, and Hillary Clinton. Murderers. But what they did when they started NATO, Russia backed up and said, we're getting out of all of that, and we're going to stay independent from all of that. And then they had you believing that it was a bipolar world, Russia and the United States. Oh, they had military equality, but not economic equality. Russia never, ever had the economic equality of America. America's gross national product, they say right now, is about $25 trillion. Russia's about $2 to $3 trillion. But they had you believing that's the boogeyman. Russia's the boogeyman. Now, I'm not saying Russia's those angels either, but don't believe the hype. Don't believe the hype. Russia had to defend themselves against the advancement of NATO and their war forces. So as we go forward now we're in the 21st century. Now we're in the year 2025. NATO is rolling along. 80% of the countries were using the dollar of the world. So that's why America can say, we're going to punish you, Cuba, and form a blockade. Because since we're controlling all of these other countries, they got to borrow from the IMF, and they have to borrow from the World Bank. We'll tell them you will not get aid from these international institutions that we control, nor will you get any more American aid. USAID is an imperialist organization that was spying on the world. They said you're not getting no more aid. So countries started to back up from Cuba. That's when the blockade became effective. But now, let's start with the Sahel region in Africa. Let's start with the Sahel region in Africa, and then let's go to the BRICS group. Now, it is interesting how we talk a lot about the genocide in Palestine, and we should, and I've been to Palestine. I went with George Galloway and Cynthia McKinney, and we delivered $2 million worth of aid to the people. I'll never forget that experience. George Galloway, we were in Egypt, in Cairo, and we were at the border of Rafah. We had to go to the border of Rafah and deliver all of the food and the medicine and all of that. And 200 of us, 2 buses. George Galloway, you know, from England, parliamentarian from England, he decides he got to go back to England. So he's talking to the whole group of 200. I'm sitting over there with Cynthia, and he said, I had an emergency. I got to go back to England. Charles Barron is now in control. You know me, I know how to fake it before I make it. I said, I'm not going to get up there and say, what? You didn't talk to me about that. So I got up there and said, yes, right, we ready to go through? I don't know how I'm going to do this, but we going through. We get in the buses. We get to the border of Rafah, and here comes the Egyptian military with all their hardware. So I said, well, you know, if it was Brooklyn, I would say something different. But right now, I said, do you know who I am? I'm Charles Barron. I am a council member from the United States of America. Do you realize what you are trying to do here? Why would you block us from trying to feed your brothers and sisters right across the border? So he said, this is the guy with his hardware. Look, I have my Dukes. He had his hardware. He said, I tell you what, let's go meet with the foreign minister, because we support y'all, but Israel's nervous, and they putting pressure on us. They knew y'all were coming. So we took a little contingent group. We met with the foreign minister, and he said, Brother Barron, the problem is we're getting pressure. Could you do this? Could you go in and like for a day and deliver all the stuff and get out of there? I said, no problem. I didn't know how I was going to get past your army anyway. So, and that's what we did. My congratulations to Cynthia McKinney, to Matulu of Dead Prayers, and the 200 of us and we delivered. When I went there, Palestine was already destroyed. This was in 2009, and there was nothing but rubble and all of this in 2009. So when I see that kind of stuff happening, and I see how the world is rising up, and I start with Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore, and Mali, and Niger, and now Chad is joining. You know, all the Côte d'Ivoire, they're joining. Senegal is joining. Ghana is joining. The Sahel Revolution. The Sahel region in Africa is one of the most, richest regions in the world. Diamonds, gold, coltan, uranium, cobalt, copper, all of that is they supply to the world. So for those brothers and sisters to rise up and say, French, get the hell out of Africa. They told the French, get out of Africa, and on your way out, leave the uranium behind. Leave the gold behind. Ibrahim Traore arrested the European CEOs of the mining companies in Burkina Faso. He put them in jail. And he said that we are no longer exporting gold. We are keeping gold for the people of Burkina Faso. We know how to handle the gold. We got the machinery. We're going to buy 21st century agricultural machinery to deal with our agribusiness. We're going to change our national language from France to Bambara, from French to Bambara. We're going to take down the names in the streets of all the French people and put up African people's names. Thomas Sankara, long live the spirit of Thomas Sankara. This is what's going on. So they did all of this. And Ibrahim Traore did something that no other president in any country in the world has ever done, because he was internalizing, because he was taking his resources for African people in Burkina Faso. He canceled the $4.7 billion national debt that they had in Burkina Faso without taking a penny from imperialism. Nobody has done that. They created an electric car without Musk. They're doing this in every country. Africa, as a continent, is the richest continent on the globe. Africa supplies all of the main minerals to the world. Africa is not poor. Haiti is not poor. These are rich countries with oppressed people. There is a dichotomy, there's a contradiction that Africa is the richest continent in the world with the poorest people. Something's wrong with that. So now they've taken it back. Now Burkina Faso has risen up. Niger said, France, get out of here and leave the uranium behind. And now Niger, uranium in Niger used to light up a third of Europe and keep Africa in the dark where it came from. Those days are over. Those days are over. So Africa, we just don't talk enough about the revolution in Africa. I firmly believe central to the liberation of African people in the diaspora is the liberation and unification of Africa under socialism. I believe that that's what's going to be, and that's going to bring the revolution to the world, not just us, the world. That's the Sahel revolution. And the ECOWAS, this economic community of Southwest African states, sell out neo-colonial puppets of the West. ECOWAS kicked out. Well, they left ECOWAS. Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, they left and said, y'all sellouts, stay with yourself. These are propped up leaders from the French government. Y'all stay with yourself. We're going to form our own thing. Now comes BRICS. All of a sudden, so that's the African revolution. That alone is going to have a profound impact for us right here. That alone. And BRICS, along with the West African revolution in Sahel, they're good with Cuba. They're good with Cuba. I've been to Cuba. And I had a resolution in the city council that we passed to say, get Cuba off the terrorist list and end the blockade. End the blockade. And we got that passed. But this is deep. Now here comes BRICS. I'm almost finished, Betty. I'm just checking because I'm getting warmed up here. I'm getting excited. I'm getting excited. I'll be finished. Now here comes BRICS. Told you about the G7 and the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund and the dollar. They're controlling all the international economy for decades. Now here comes BRICS. Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. That was in 2009. Joining BRICS now is Nigeria, Egypt, Ethiopia, Cuba, and Burkina Faso, and Indonesia. Y'all remember Indonesia in 1955? They had the non-alignment conference and the Bandung conference. It happened in Bandung, Indonesia. Malcolm X talked about it. Indonesia joined. So now the BRICS group came together, and they're saying, whoa, first, the Sahel revolution got them scared to death. Now comes BRICS. So BRICS comes together, all these countries, and what does America say? Even under Biden. I'm going to talk to you all about thinking everybody that criticizes Trump is cool, because they're not. There's some people that are criticizing Trump that are just as bad as he is. As a matter of fact, in the Democratic Party, the difference between the Democrats and the Republicans, under the Democrats, you suffer comfortably. Under the Democrats, you are oppressed comfortably. Under the Republicans, you are uncomfortable in your oppression. As my brother was saying and Malcolm taught us, it is the fox with the real smile showing you all the fox's teeth and smiling, but that smile, those teeth are going to bite you, but you're going to suffer peacefully because you believe that because they gave you food stamps and because they gave you some social programs that they're better than the Republicans. But Donald Trump is the wolf. He has his fangs. Look, y'all, I ain't even trying to front. I'm biting you. I'm oppressing you. And then you better respond in kind. So that's what we have now. So here comes BRICS. BRICS now, remember the G7? They controlled 10% of the world's population of 8 billion people. 10%. And they control 30% of the gross domestic product. That's how you determine the economic power of a country, their GDP. When we looked at that, here you have BRICS, and Trump said, anybody that joins BRICS, I'm gonna hit you with 100% tariffs, taxes. BRICS said, really? You mean the 330 million people that you have in America versus 1.4 billion people in China, 1.2 billion people in India, 230 million people in Nigeria, 147 million people in Russia, 137 million in Ethiopia, 100 million in Egypt. Why, we got 4.4 billion people. 55% of the world's population is in BRICS, and we are concerned about you and your 330 million? You better do the math. You better do the math. So they said, bring it. He said, well, I'm not going to do 100%. I'll just do 25%. Bring it. Well, how about 10%? 10% for China. And this is why he's panicking, because now the gross domestic product of that group is 45% of the world. And they also decided to de-dollarize. And they said, we don't have a BRICS currency yet, like the EU has a euro currency, but we're going to use our local currencies to trade until we get a BRICS currency. So this is important. This is what's happening. In response to that, Trump has lost his mind. He said, whoa, Canada, I'm going to have to annex you. You have to be a part of us, because BRICS and the Sahel Revolution, they're taking over the world. So Canada, you have to be annexed. Canada said, who you think you talking to? Now Canada and America is fighting. Let them fight. Let them fight. And while I'm annexing you, Canada, I'm going to get Greenland. Greenland, I need you too. Look at BRICS. Look at the Sahel Revolution. Do you see what's going on, y'all? I need you, Greenland. The EU said, oh, no, you don't. They're fighting, so they're fighting each other. Let them fight. This is a good fight. Let them go at it. So they're going at it. They're going at it. And then he said, wait a minute. We'll take the Panama Canal. If I have to use force, Panama said, oh, no, you won't. So they're fighting. Then they said, okay, how about the Gulf of America instead of the Gulf of Mexico? Oh, no, you won't. So Mexico is fighting. Look at that. They are imploding. They are imploding. That's an international implosion of imperialism, colonialism, and national capitalism. We should be celebrating. We should be celebrating. Now, domestically, that's the mess internationally. Domestically, the Republicans said, stop holding town hall meetings. Our own people are beating us up. They can't hold a town hall meeting in any Republican territory because their own people are saying, wait a minute, Trump, we voted for you, and you got this guy Musk up there getting us fired. So they're beating them up. They're fighting them, and they're having some let them implode. Let them fight. Let them fight. Don't join them. Let them fight. Matter of fact, get some popcorn and watch that movie. Now here comes the Democrats. The Democrats. So now they're imploding. They said, Hakeem Jeffries, you're a chump. You're a coward. You don't know how to fight the Republicans. He said, no, I am not. You don't know how to fight the Republicans. Y'all better fight stronger. So here they come domestically. This is a domestic problem. You know, the national budget is $6 trillion. $6 trillion. They have to pass 12 appropriation bills so that the budget will be realized for the year. And the budget year for the national budget is October 1st to September 30th. So last year, they said, we can't come to agreement because there's two incompetent parties, the duopoly. We can't come to an agreement. So we have to do a CR. A CR is a continuing resolution. So what? So the government doesn't shut down. So they did a CR. A CR is cutting programs, but it's temporary and it's a piecemeal. We'll do a CR until December 20th, and then we'll have that time to pass the 12 appropriation bills for the budget. That didn't happen. So they did another CR on December 20th, and that lasts to March 14th, a few days ago. The Republicans got together to make up this CR bill, and they said, we're not even inviting the Democrats. You can't even sit at the table and negotiate this new CR. Matter of fact, we're finished, Chuck Schumer. Here, pass it or the government shuts down. So Schumer, with his cowardly self, like Hakeem Jeffries, cowards, Jeffries said, what can I do? They have the presidency, they have the House, they have the Senate. There's nothing I could do. Then step aside, resign, since there's nothing else that you could do. Chuck Schumer chumped out. He said, you know what? Because they couldn't stop it in the House, they didn't have enough, even if they voted against it, but he could have. Chuck Schumer voted for a bill that cut everything in sight for the next 3 months until September because he's a chump, a coward. But here comes Auntie Nancy, Nancy Pelosi. She got on TV and said, Chuck, how dare you? How dare you pass that? And Hakeem, you better not. And Hakeem didn't, Chuck did, and guess what? Chuck can't even go on a book tour. They canceled his book tour because his own people are gonna beat him up. Look at that, y'all. They are imploding. They are imploding. And I'll end with this. America is a debtor nation. $36 trillion in debt. Nearly $1 billion of that is in debt to China. Hundreds of millions are in debt to Japan. So this debtor nation now is looking inward and outward and seeing decline. No one's afraid of your wolf tickets anymore. Cuba is going to be better off with BRICS because these countries now can trade with Cuba. They're not afraid to do that because of the United States. So now that you see this, when I see that America had a $36 trillion debt, that means they spent $36 trillion and none of that came to the hood. I wonder what they spent that money on. But that's what their debt is. So now Trump says, you know what? I'll shut down the Department of Education. I'm gonna mess around with the FBI, which I don't care. I don't care what he does with the FBI and U.S. aid and all of that stuff. So as they're imploding, so this is interesting. Now it comes to the state. Remember years ago, we needed the federal government to protect us from the racist states. Well, now it's reversed. You need the states to protect you from this federal government. So it's reversed. So let's take New York State. This is how phony some of this fighting is. So they get this Miss Leadership class, Al Sharpton and others, this Miss Leadership class that says, let's boycott Target. Well, you know, sometimes when the masses are in with something, you say, okay, go ahead, boycott them. I'll do it 28 for one day, right? And because of DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion into what? Inclusion into what? Equity with what? Diversity with what? White women benefit more from diversity. White women benefit more from DEI. So you target, and Costco says, thanks, we did real good while y'all beating up Target. And did they bring back the DEI? Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Fannie Lou Hamer, Rosa Parks, Harriet Tubman, all of our revolutionary leaders in prison didn't go to jail, didn't give up their lives for DEI. They did it for revolution, for radical change of a system, not for DEI. So as we look here in New York State has a Kathy Hochul has a $252 billion state budget. $21 billion in an unrestricted reserve fund. You hear me? $252 billion. If Trump takes every penny out of the state budget, she will be left with $235 billion. Because it's only 10 to 12 billion coming from the feds. Plus, she has 21 billion in an unrestricted fund. This is where we gotta do our battles for reparations. The money is right there. Pay us our reparations, it's right there. There's also, that's the expense budget. Then there's a $60 billion capital budget in the state for building hospitals and schools. Now, the city has a $115 billion expense budget and $8 billion in unrestricted money. They only get $2-3 billion from the feds. And they have a $169 billion 10-year capital budget. They could take care of NYCHA, public housing, they could take care of everything if the will was there. So finally, as Betty comes up closer to me, finally, I said all that to say, don't be Trumpetized. Don't be Trumpetized, because the state and the city can fund everything he cuts. If they want DEI, the city and state can fund DEI programs. And don't get confused by these fake fights. The Rising Stars, Crockett, and some others, because they're taking on Trump. Anybody looks good taking on Trump. Our brothers and sisters, remember this, our struggle may be long, but our victory is certain. And the best way to beat down a big elephant is one bite at a time. Don't try to swallow the whole thing. And remember, life is hard if you take it by the yard, but it's a cinch if you take it inch by inch. Power to the people. Black power. Black power. Black power. Power to the people. Free the land. Free the land. Free the land. Straight ahead.
I'm ready for the revolution now. Bring the empire down.
And thank you, Mr. Barron. He's been instrumental in being a voice for the people. My grandpa Ralph, he loved Mr. Barron very, very much. He doesn't like politicians, but he got the stamp of approval. So definitely someone we're supporting and researching more if you're not familiar with Mr. Barron and what he's done in his life. One thing I also wanted to point out is that my grandpa, he actually liked Trump. He didn't like Trump the person, Trump the politics, but he liked Trump because of the Marxist principle of accelerating the crisis, that capitalism itself is going to implode on itself, and that with figures like Trump and kind of extreme capitalism, that even though it seems terrible, seeing the truth of what capitalism is, a racist government that looks to enslave people and take away and rob us of our natural rights and resources to the land, that it's a good thing when it's getting worse, because it's going to fall apart and break apart. And just want to also take a moment to acknowledge the family of Ralph Poynter, which is over here, you know, my aunts, uncles, parents, you know. And Lisa, yeah. And if, I'm not sure if anyone wants to say anything on behalf of Mr. Poppy, or no. They're just receiving today, so do you want to announce the next?
Salute to the family of Ralph Poynter. Whoop! Oh, hurrah! So next, we are going to have some presentations by some of our poets. We're just going to go right through this because we got so much fire in the house. We're going to first start off with Brother Zaid Muhammad, one of my comrades, fellow New Jersey. Yes, New Jersey is in the house. New Jersey's all up in this piece. Zaid Muhammad.
y'all give Charles Barron, to all the old heads, listen to me, hold up. To all the old heads in the house, you can remember when we were younger, Saturday night, you had Saturday night monster movies. Charles Barron just gave us the script for the monster movie that's in front of our eyes, that is the crumbling of the system, and we can't wait to watch it and then lick our chops and let the chickens come on home to roost. Give it up for Charles Barron. Now, I just saw walk in, I don't know if y'all can see this, but we got a fight on our hand with Netflix, right? And we see all of they came in, the brothers came in with the weapons, because we were on the streets. We want to make it plain that that mess that they're doing with Good Times got to go, and any house Negroes involved with that got to go too. Got to go too. Got to go. On behalf of the Malcolm X Commemoration Committee and so many others, to the family of our beloved fallen freedom fighter, Ralph Poynter. We love Ralph. We miss Ralph. We appreciate the steady, solid, uncompromising, fearless, long-distance runner that he was for struggle, putting always in practice his principles, and always held a place in his heart and his space and his work for the liberation of our freedom fighters. That's why we're here today, y'all. I want y'all to remember why we're here today. I was tasked, and it's a heavy task, and others could have done the task probably far better than I. I was tasked today to offer memorial thoughts on another cherished fallen warrior, the late Bilal Sunni Ali. And to Malcolmize the conversation, putting culture up front. You know, Malcolm and Train, and next year's Train's centennial, dig that, represented the cultural fountainheads of what became the Black Arts Movement, the spiritual sister of the Black Liberation Movement. Y'all hear what I'm saying? Young heads, I want y'all to get what I'm saying, right? The old heads got it, right? Bilal Sunni Ali, a brave and incredibly humble, sweet black man, tall, fearless, groundbreaking, totally dedicated, represents that spirit with that extra step. We used to say in Newark, behind the Miri Baraka, we didn't run them crackers out of City Hall and whatnot with poems. We ran them out with what we needed to run them out with. They had guns, we had guns. They wanted to get down with bad. Whatever they had, we had. And they didn't want to go quietly, we sent them the only way they had to go. Bilal was in that matrix. There was a special matrix of young men and women who were around when Malcolm fell, right? Like Lumumba Shakur, Zaid Shakur. And they had a couple of principal elders around that were important during that time. Those two brothers, their father, Saladin Shakur, and Baba Herman Ferguson, the founder of our organization. We had the Jamaica Rifle and Pistol Club. Oh yes, they trained a lot of young black men and women who went into the New York chapter of the Black Panther Party, like Bilal Sunni Ali. So he wasn't just a saxophone player. He was a warrior of the highest order, and with such a beautiful dignity and spirit. And we're really, you know, on top of all that, he would reach back to the younger heads like my crazy behind and really just keep us pushing. And I'm looking at Sam and Rosemary, who did that for me also. I really appreciate that. It's a special spirit. So let me leave you with this, something that's familiar to him. War is never easy. us hardships. It's bound to make us weary. Reach out for me. War may have us parting, our paths bound to part. We may never see each other again until we win, until we win. So until then, until we win, look for me in the whirlwind. See my face in the whirlwind. Grab my hand in the whirlwind, in the whirlwind, in the whirlwind, until we win. Pointed with purpose, generations of my ancestors' eyes, I am here, sword sharp slashing through your mountains of lies, coming right at you as serious as cancer. I'm the one refusing to be your well-paid buck dancer, leaping from the shoulders of the baddest of panthers. I am the X, as in Malcolm, and the answer. Look for me in the whirlwind. Look for me in the whirlwind, in the whirlwind, in the whirlwind, in the whirlwind, until we win. Free Imam Jamil, free Kamal Siddiqui, free Mumia Abu Jamal. What's the call? Free them all. Long live Ralph Poynter. Long live Bilal Sunni Ali. Carry on the tradition all the way to freedom. Freedom of death.
What's the call? Free them all. Free them all. Our next presenter is Kisise Siddiqui, who is the daughter of Kamal Siddiqui. Free him! Free them all! We are with you! We're gonna fight until the end, until everyone is free!
What's the call? I said, what's the call? I always love saying, all power to the people. I've been saying that since I was a little girl. Today, I'm kind of low-key today, but I am the daughter of Kamal Siddiqui and, yes, and Pamela Hanna. We can't forget the sisters in the party who held it down. I'm so grateful. I just want to thank Sister Betty for having me here today to talk about my father and other freedom fighters. I always say this. I remember when I did a performance and I could hear Sister Betty and Baba Ralph Poynter in the back. Sister Betty was like, go on, say it. Yeah, because I was talking about my father and liberation. And that was like my first real connection. I want to say, too, that I've been thinking, too, we talk about being a revolutionary, and the daughters of Baba, oh my goodness, so you just mentioned who just passed, Cindy Ali. Cindy Ali just passed. Did a podcast, and they asked me a very important question and said, Cindy, yes, Bilal Cindy, when did I become a revolutionary? And I started thinking back on it. You know, I'm 53, and I was born into this, again, this war. But I really reflect on I became a revolutionary when I witnessed my father being beaten at 2 years old. And those screams of injustice. And so that was my path, that was my journey from then. And I was prepared from that moment until now, to do the work that I'm doing today, to free my father, Kamal Siddiqui. I didn't know along the path what was meant for me to step in. I know you've always said, brother, that the Panthers, Cubs got to step to the front. And I've had to do this work. I've had to step to the front. And I always say I have to be the voice for my father, Kamal Siddiqui. One of the things I want to share is that my father, Kamal Siddiqui, is up for parole in July of this year. When I think back, in 1979, and if you've read about my father actually was home during a long period of time from 79 to 2001, was with his family, and I experienced him coming home in July. So this is a very significant spiritual time for me. And again, I'm just being kind of quiet and just in a lot of prayer, because it is Ramadan, and my father is behind those walls. And in behind those walls, you know my father is a warrior, a freedom fighter, a warrior. And he just wrote me, like we communicate through JPay, and he just said, because they say, you know, I'm okay. Now, while he's in isolation right now, because again, like a lot of our elders are experiencing total neglect for their health, which my father has been dealing with these wounds and issues for over so many years. But even through his communication with me, he's still my father, and he's like, I know you're an adult, but I know you want to talk about my health, but I want to know, how are you doing? How's PJ? That's my mom. And so he's still always in isolation. He's supposed to be in isolation for another 2 weeks. I haven't been able to see my father over a year. But even with that, again, he is resilient, he is strong. They cannot break our freedom fighters. My father is coming home. He is coming home. And I welcome that day. I think about when he came home in 1979, and I just embraced him with so much love. And I really just look forward to seeing him coming home, being with his grandchildren, bonding, seeing the sun. You know, we take these things for granted. So I am a revolutionary. I will always continue to do this work. I will be on the front line. It is my duty to be on the front line and to continue to educate people, to educate our youth that don't know about our freedom fighters. They have these ideas of who the Black Panthers are, but they don't know, they don't understand the deep sacrifices. And I just want to say too, like yesterday I met with Akemi, Yuri Kochiyama's granddaughter, and it was beautiful because we have so many similar stories, just being revolutionary children and the things that we couldn't say growing up and stuff. So we were just like, girl, did that happen to you? And yeah, oh yeah. And so it was just nice having that human experience, because our lives are very different, you know. So I just want to leave y'all just to say, continue to fight, continue to say their names. We have to do this work. Charles Barron broke it down to us. I also work at the New York Immigration Coalition, and I deal with policy and advocacy issues, and I'm on the front line dealing with that work too. I'm in Albany. I am understanding the system more. So just continue. We have to continue doing the work. We have to bring our freedom fighters home, and we will. We will. So I send you blessings and love. What's the call? Freedom all. Freedom all. He is coming home.
He's coming home.
He's coming home. And one other thing, I know I was going to do a performance, but I've been doing so much. Oh, I forgot to say, I know this. Okay, so my father has an international campaign, so I have to talk about this too. With our campaign, we have our outreach. We have a fundraiser tonight, a dance party. I'm so excited about that. I'm excited to dance. And we have our legal team. You know, what we're doing is right now with his parole packet, we are putting together all these letters from electeds, letters, you know. When he comes home, we plan for him to live in Brooklyn. That's where he's from. He was the telephone man in Brooklyn. Have letters from different institutions, you know, organizations. We need more letters from faith-based organizations. So I'm around. I can give you more information, but we do need letters of support to bring him home. Thank you.
Please, my dear sister, don't hesitate to let us know anything and everything that we can do. Nothing is too small or too big, so please don't hesitate to let us know. And he's coming home. Free them all. What's the call? Free them all. Is my sister Nzinga in the house? Sister Nzinga, come on up and grace us with who you are, my dear sister. So beautiful, so great to see you. Uhuru.
Peace and blessings, everyone. Oh my God, so we know based on what everybody said, we have a fight. We have a fight and we gotta keep up the fight, or to put it in Ralph Poynter's words, pick up the fight. So just wanna say briefly, I didn't know Ralph very long as some of you in the room, but the little time that I knew him, he left such an indelible mark on my life because he was a fighter. He was a fighter. He was everywhere that I don't know how one person was able to be in all those places. He had a saying. I remember one time I said to Sister Betty Davis, man, so-and-so has a lot on their plate. And Ralph would say, well, they need to get another plate. So that for me was like, damn, I'm not even gonna say that anymore. I'm just gonna do the work. So in his honor, this is a poem that he liked. I recited it on the program they had. And it's a call and response. So when I say, who will continue the fight? You all need to say, we will. And I wanna hear everybody up in this piece saying, we will. Because we're going to continue to fight. Okay? Y'all ready? Who will continue the fight? Who will continue the fight? Who will continue the fight? When we hear the cry, we must answer the call. When it's time to take a stand, it is us who must rise and stand tall. We must fight against the killing of our black men, women, and children. We must fight to stop the desecration of sacred African burial grounds all across this nation. We must fight to end the cycle of mass incarceration. We must fight against a healthcare system that profits from the weak and vulnerable, that has caused the death of black mothers at childbirth at the hands of xenophobic doctors who don't value their worth. We must fight against a system that uses media and propaganda to normalize murder and massacre, that consistently funds war but fails to feed the poor, that ignores hunger and poverty, yet condemns people's right to fight for their land, life, and liberty. Who will continue the fight? Can't hear you. Who will continue the fight? Who will continue the fight? We must raise our voice against an unjust system that defends criminals who murder innocent people, then use their money and influence to make the murder appear legal. We must turn a deaf ear to those who spew out senseless rhetoric, complete with lies, false promises, and bullshit. And to those who oppose the teaching of Black history, their truth about Black history is nothing short of a lie. So we must never rely on them to teach our youth the truth about their rich culture and history. So we will fight, so we control our own schools and our communities. We will fight to make right the wrongs still lingering from the past. We will fight to free every political prisoner languishing in a death camp. We will fight from East New York to Bed-Stuy. We will fight from New York to Buffalo. We will fight from Mississippi to Chicago. We will fight from Africa to Cuba to Haiti to Gaza. We will fight. Who will pick up the fight? Who will pick up the fight? Who will pick up the fight? Black power. Power to the people. Because Black people need Black power.
Black power! Power to the people. And next, it gives me such great honor to bring up our revolutionary, wonderful, awesome, dynamic, and as tall as I am, maybe a little taller, Sister Kayla, come right on, Sister Kayla Boulay, who's also a healer, doing revolutionary work with healing our people. Come on, sister. So great to see you. Yes, love you.
Peace, everybody. All power to the people. What's the call? What's the call? And that we will. So I am just adjusting the mic because I'm going to drum. And I need this stand because I'm going to read a poem that I thank you. I don't say that I write anything because poems come. So I know that that comes from the spirit of the whirlwind. Grateful to all of you. I am truly grateful. I want to start with gratitude for all of you who are here because there's so many people in this room that keep us all sane, that have kept me sane throughout all this time and turbulent things. And I'm grateful for freedom, and I'm grateful for our community, and I'm grateful to the ancestors that brought us here all together to continue on this fight. Like Sister Nzinga just said, we will continue. And we will continue to win and create freedom everywhere we go. So, I also want to thank Charles Barron because honestly, I think that energy, I need that energy today. Really. But also just the hope and the reminder that we are winning. Yeah. You know, it's a lot going on and it's actually very heartbreaking for so many of us, I think, to see. But there's freedom at the end of this struggle. And this poem came to me earlier this year, and I just want to recite it over the drum because, as Baba Zaid said, the Black Arts Movement was the spiritual sister of the Black Liberation Movement. And so, you know, we pay tribute to all of those that came before. Thank you, Ralph. fuerza y unión, un corazón, freedom, 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 liberación del amor, un corazón, un corazón. Those who believe in freedom cannot rest. Say, we who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. We who believe in freedom cannot rest. Say, we who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Until the killing of black men, black mothers, sons is as important as the killing of white men, white mothers, sons. Say, we who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Oh, we who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Free the land, free the land, free the land by any and all means necessary. The Amazon is burning. The Congo is burning. Lungs of the planet yearning to be free of capitalistic ways of extraction. We cry global warming. Government said it's a lie. All while people die worldwide from pulmonary viruses that thrive after greed set ablaze our planet's lungs. LA is now burning. Chickens coming home to roost. Lady Day in the heavens still singing strange fruit. Southern trees bearing strange fruit, blood on the leaves, and blood at the roots. Black bodies swinging in the southern breeze. Strange fruit hanging from the poplar trees. They are lynching the whole planet. Corporate greed is their noose. Who will survive America? And what's our plan for the youth? Who will survive America? I ask Amiri Baraka, who used his poet's tongue like the mighty spear of Shaka. Hollywood is burning. Babylon gon' fall. We knew this day would come. Creator, please don't kill us all. We pray in shouts and hums. We cry out for your grace. And like Sonny Patterson, we know this place. The Creator has a master plan. Peace and happiness for every man. The Creator makes but one demand. Happiness to all the land. Leon Thomas sang, as Pharaoh still wonder as we watch them plunder the lands with their insatiable hands. What exactly is the plan? Babylon is falling today. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Children of Abraham bomb Gaza and their own sacred lands combust. In a world so wide and robust, when will we ever learn love and trust? That we are all one under the moon and sun. That we are all one on this earth's school. You would be a damn fool not to listen now. Cause nuclear war, yeah. Nuclear war, yeah. Talking about, yeah. Nuclear war, yeah. It's a motherfucker, don't you know? It's a motherfucker, don't you know? If they push that button, your ass gotta go there talking about, yeah. Nuclear war, yeah. They're talking about, yeah. Nuclear war, yeah. Sunwall warned us. You can kiss your ass. Goodbye, goodbye. But when we tell the truth, they make it seem as though a lie. Conspiracies, they say, as they continue to play right in the very face of their blindfolded masses, brain dead by the colonizers' classes and colonial gods' masses. The unlearning is massive. They are burning books now too. We will always sing the blues as we paint rainbows in the sky. We never die. We departure and arrive. Like the waters in the seas kiss us as they rise with the breeze, misting the roots and leaves of the trees. Onward, upwards, facing clouds. Stormy weather. We do cry like Etta James for those who away must fly. But from the great clouds of the sky, the water kisses land and seas again. We will always be replenished. We will always be renewed. We will never sell our souls. We will do what we must do. We were sent here for a purpose. Unity will make it worth it. Love each other now or never. All we have is love forever. Loving you makes it much better. Loving you is loving me. For there is no true division in the highest cosmology. For there is no true division in the highest cosmology. For there is no true division in the highest cosmology. Thank you. I don't want to take up too much time because there's so many beautiful people here to speak, so I just wanted to do that one piece because y'all know that I could talk a lot, but it's not even about the talk, it's about the action. So let's just continue to do our work in this world to make the world a better place and to continue to support freedom for all of our elders and all of our ancestors.
And a very important part of the program while we're here. I'm from Philadelphia, and we had a black radio station. And they were begging for funds, begging for funds. It was the heartbeat of the movement in Philadelphia. You had May on Air, you had Asada Shakur from Cuba, and who was in exile, Geronimo Pratt, and every issue that this government don't want regular radio to deal with, they dealt with. So they lost a lot of sponsorship, but it was upon us. That was our radio station. That was our voice. But because we were so used to it being on the air and feel as though someone else's job, they'll raise the money. It won't happen. One day they cut their radios on after being told over and over and over again that in order for us to stay on the air because our sponsors are leaving. And then you had those people who also bitched, excuse me, fussed about the fact that they had to sponsor Coca-Cola. This radio station got to pay people. You don't get on the air for nothing. And so the people who was doing all the fussing about the fact that they didn't like this one was on the radio, they didn't like that one was on the radio, but meantime, we had Asada Shakur live on the radio. We had Geronimo Pratt when he was in jail on the radio. We had every issue that was important to us on that radio station. Cut on the radio one day, silence. Everybody said, what happened? We is what happened. We is what happened. Because you couldn't hear the sound. The sound of each and every last one of our voices again. Tried to hop over to WDAS, and they always had an excuse, and for it's not being able to be on the air, went over to another black radio station, supposed to be, and same thing. And the people that beat and beat and beat, and was still out there just being while other people was trying to pull it together. We couldn't pull it together because we couldn't pull all the people together. But a doctor by the name of black man, a doctor, Dr. Lomax, brought the radio station, brought the airwaves, and brought it back on. But a lesson should have been learned there, that in order to get those things that we need, we got to do more than talk. It's talk radio, and you need these voices because they're the ones that fill buses up when we need to go to New York. WBAI is the station that you can go on and you can fill the buses up, you can fill the streets up, you can fill the school buildings up, you can fill any place where this government is against the progress of people. And because, see, this government is not just against black people, as you can see, and more people is learning it every day. What if you turned your radio on one day and there's no WBAI? Silence. We on our phones, we trying to call each other to tell each other what's going on. Silence. We had the internet then too. And it is other places that, you can put out information. You're not BAI. You don't have the history that BAI have. So I'm here to let people know. And Mumi is partially allowed for BAI. Instrumental part. Brothers that's coming out of prison, the same thing. When Safia Bakari came out of prison, she had a voice on WBAI. When Eddie Ellis came out of prison, he had a voice on WBAI. You heard so many people. Sally O'Brien. And where's all right, I got the CRS stuff. Come on, can't remember shit. Okay, what is it? Mimi Rosenberg. But, before I, because I have a tendency that when I speak too long, I'll be very descriptive in how I feel about things. So I want to ask people, please reach into your pockets and see if you can bring a little more on. And don't let this be, because on the website of today's program, for Ralph, for us, in remembrance of him and how he do things, the site is up there. Don't let it just be today. Ralph was never about a person who was just for today. It's tomorrow the money is needed. It's the following day the money is needed. Because one thing for sure, and it's not new with Trump, every day is a needy day to keep things going. My brother.
Hey, peace. How you guys doing? Peace, resurrect. Resurrect. Yeah.
Buckets.
How you guys doing? So my name is Brother Nemo. I serve as co-host of What's Happening on WBAI. And it's very important that we make this pitch for you all to donate. And the question might be, what is so important about WBAI? What is so important about radio? And I'd ask you to go into A Dying Colonialism by Frantz Fanon and revisit the discussion he had about Radio Algiers, the voice of fighting Algeria. And he explains how important the radio stations were in raising the consciousness of the people and stabilizing the emotional state of the people. And how the colonialists fought to shut down that radio station. We recognize that for the last 500 to 1,500 years, we've been in a fight for our lives. And that fight continues right now, today. And so, a lot of dope speakers, right? There was a lot of education, there was a lot of entertainment, and now we're asking you to do your part. Reach into your pockets, $5, $10, and show your support for WBAI. Show your support for Baba Ralph. And before I get off, I want to tell you guys a quick story, really quick story, about Miobe. Can everybody say Miobe? Miobe. Miobe means frightened one. And it is the name of a monkey who lived very long ago in a forest in the Congo. Miobe. You see, Miobe walked around the forest, and all the forest animals recognized him as an anxious scaredy cat. You know, the orangutan would see Miobe and say, "What's wrong with you? What is the problem?" Miobe would say, somebody's watching me. Somebody's following me. And orangutan left him alone, said, "I can't help this brother." Then Raven came up to him and said, "Miobe, what's wrong with you?" Miobe said, "Somebody's watching me." Very anxious, you know. Raven said, "I can't help you." Finally, Miobe came to little old Ant. Ant asked him, he said, "Miobe, what's wrong with you? Why are you so anxious? Why are you so scared?" Miobe said, "Somebody's following me. I can feel it. Somebody's touching me." Ant said, "Miobe, follow me." And Ant took Miobe to river. And Ant said, "Miobe, look into the river." And Miobe, who'd never seen his reflection before, looked into the river. And what did he see? He saw that nobody was following him. He saw that he had a tail. Don't be like Miobe. Fight. Don't be like Miobe. Know yourself. Don't be like Miobe. Don't be anxious and weak and anxious and scared. Thank you.
I got one more idea, and I gotta mention Sister Rosemary Millie and Sam Anderson. I know some other people did it before, but they was the voices. She was the voice of Cuba. And the first time I went to Cuba and was with Asada Shakur, spent a week with him, we did, and Brother Fidel Castro, who strategized with us, and she's another one of those power voices, was on WBAI. You're not still on BAI now, are you? You set some mighty tough footprints there. But I have an idea, and that is that each person in this room get 5 people. Go home, send that out, send the information about what you heard here today, and ask them, could they please donate? And if the 5 people can, they can get 5 people. And if you can't get 5 people, get 2, get 1, get somebody, to continue to, send funds into this very important program. And I'm getting ready to leave, but the signs over here, I want people to stop and see them. If you don't know about the war that we're having with Netflix, because of the vile, filthy, disgusting program that they have on for our children. It's a remake of Good Times. It's their version of Black Folks. And one sister, I'm saying, is vile, is filthy, and throwing menstrual blood in a black child's face. And the teacher was drug addict, selling drugs. I mean, if you take the time and look at this, and if you feel disgusted the way I do, because I want to, and the fact is, we got a black brother. I love this brother, and playing, I'm not a basketball player but Lil Curry. I used to love to see that brother come on the court. But when he came on the court, he was masterful. He is the producer, along with others. Wherever you see him, if you know somebody who know him, go to Simo Tap. She's tapping me. Yes, but please, because I know we don't have time, but please go by there and get the information on how you can get involved in this war on our children. Okay? War on the minds of everyone. On the move. Thank you. Long live revolution. Love, not fear.
I just want to say the goal for this room, people in the room, $300 today, but we think we can do more than that, definitely. Also, I want to say that we have a link so that if people are not able to give today, or if they got more money but they might not have the cash on them, you can go to this link, which I will say to you. That link's going to be live for at least a couple of more days, but it's tinyurl.com/Ralph Poynter 25 for the year 25. All right. Well, who wants to, he's got 60 right there. Somebody want to take the money from him? You don't want to give it to me, but do we got a bucket or something? Baba Zaid said he's whipping out $60. Get it fast, get it fast, get it fast. Get it fast. Oh, 55. Get it fast. And like I said, right, and make sure, because we want to keep that link live for a couple of more days and maybe even longer, but send the graphic around, tell your friends, make sure that they donate. And also, I'm about to be bringing up Sister Mimi Rosen, but come on up here right now. She's WBAI, building bridges. But when we talk about the importance and the legacy of WBAI, one of the things I really remember this legacy for, a lot of you probably know this, but maybe some of you don't, but when Martin Luther King, I'm sure you all heard that speech, Why I Oppose the Vietnam War, that he gave in Riverside Church in Harlem. We know that speech because WBAI was the one there recording it. We have so much of this history because they could not get on a lot of stations that would ignore them. A lot from the Black Panthers, Huey P. Newton. There is an archive that is just literally out of this world with the history. Mimi Rosenberg, come on up. You know you're not shy. You know you're not shy. Building bridges. She is going to tribute, right, to our sister, Sally O'Brien, who recently transitioned, another strong warrior voice on WBAI, and many times I could come in there anytime, and when I needed to do PSAs, I could just go in there and just set it up and be like, let's do it. Also, when they came after the chairman, Omali Yeshitela, He called me that day. He called me almost as soon as it happened. And he said, Lisa, start calling people WBAI. They were one, I think Mimi Rosenberg may have been one of the first people that I called. But everybody that I reached out to, they're like, we're on it. We're on it. And lastly, I just want to say, I got to say this. I'd be remiss if I don't say this. Marsha Colvin Adebayo wanted to be here today. She could not be here, but she just wanted to send her love about Ralph Poynter, and she just told a brief time, because she a whistleblower and doing all this tremendous warrior work, and she said that when she was speaking to Ralph Poynter one time, and she was feeling the heat on her. I mean, people's lives were being threatened who were doing this whistleblowing with the EPA and all of that. She said, Ralph Poynter said, I'm on my way down there now. I will stay with you. And when Ralph showed up to stay with people, he didn't just show up by himself, if you know what I mean. He had other things. Mimi Rosenberg,
Don't you dare lower this mic. Yeah, all right, we'll lower it. But it's easy. I don't need the mic to say. There's something that we have to recognize here, that we are a family. There is no person here who I do not know and recognize as people who did what? They dared to struggle. Oh, come on, say it with a little more. You dare to struggle? We are here for you, to honor you. I must honor both my elders and those who were my educators, my agitators, and most importantly, my organizers, to become an ally of the revolutionary movement, and most strategically, an anti-imperialist, anti-white supremacist ally of the people that bring us here today. Jamil Al-Amin. Say the name. Mumia Abu Jamal. And specifically, who else do we say? Who do we lift up? Say it again. They are our leaders. They gave all. They gave all. So that bucket has to go around again, because we have to, brick by brick, wall by wall, we're going to do what? We're going to free them all. We're going to free them all. They gave everything for us. Who's the us? We, the people, to build the beloved community. And what was that beloved community? It wasn't about reform versus revolution. It was about the beloved community, an egalitarian society where our blood, sweat, and tears was rewarded because we reaped what we sowed. And that opportunity for egalitarianism is what the fight is about. The fight is not about closing Rikers Island so that we can get 5 more skyscraper jails and prison instead. It is about abolition. It is about dismantling. It is about dismantling this vicious, monstrous, supremacist system that is capitalism. And that's what these brothers in this case, and all our political prisoners, sacrificed all for. And you folks have been there in this struggle every inch of the way for decades, to lift them up. And that's what Ralph Poynter stood for. That's what Sally O'Brien stood for. And that's what these gorgeous young children over here, who I've been staring at the whole time, will be the next generation, who we have to do what? We have to educate and agitate. And we have to organize. Now that takes me for a moment, and then I'll get into Sally, to WBAI. The struggle with BAI is not just about a few bucks in the bucket. We need that. We need that because we're not encumbered by commercialism, and we're not encumbered by government funding now, that we were in some ways, but we're not, which enables us to have a freer voice. But mark my words, the struggle for the soul of BAI is neoliberalism, bourgeois liberalism, and it is from within our own ranks, because we have people who will struggle with us every day to destroy us. So what is the lesson here? The lesson is, at the bare minimum, you have to set your eye on the prize. The eye on the prize is setting up the beloved community. That means in order to do that in that egalitarian society, it means dismantling, brick by brick, wall by wall, this vicious, corrupt, plantation capitalist system, race and class intertwined every inch of the way. And I will tell you, you want to support BAI, support it with money. But you better support it by understanding that, first of all, it has to contemporize. It has to have better and broader platforms for communication. I'm sorry, people do get things through Instagram. They do get things through various YouTube channels and so on. WBAI's got to do that. It's not just a terrestrial sound. But what it's got to do is beat back the ferocious neo-colonial bourgeois democratic attack from within its own ranks that would destroy us. And if you think that Sally O'Brien's program on most of the station where we live about political prisoners, that is just some general icons to glorify, but as strugglers to dismantle plantation capitalism. If you think that could necessarily get on Pacifica these days, I don't know. If you think that her other champion production, Cuba in Focus, could get on, and the two were inextricably linked, it is the feeling that we must have race and class come together. So if you think it can get on, I tell you that is not the case. Now we did have, and this is part of a tribute to Sally, we did have the interim general manager, station manager, BAI, make a pronouncement recently. We're going to put back on Cuba in Focus. Well, don't start applauding yet. This is not somebody who was a fidelista. I'm not here to criticize him. I'm here to say that along with the money, you better put your politics and your ideology in support of that station and make the demands for every dollar you spend there, that they have the kind of program that furthers our revolution, the kind of programming that would honor Sally by taking, first and foremost, let's get the archives. Let's get the archives of Cuba in Focus. Let's get them and put them on next week. We have programs that go on 2 and 3 and 4 times. They may be good programs. We don't need them on 2 and 3 and 4 times. So there is room there. There is room. So get those archives, put Cuba in Focus back on. Why? Why? Because Cuba has been unrelenting and undaunted since 1959, and before that, ideologically, towards establishing that beloved community and ridding the world of the giant squid octopus tentacles of corrupt, disgusting imperialism that destroys everything it touches. That's the kind of program. Honor Sally, put back Cuba in Focus, start it with the archives, and then use the talents of Rosemary Neely and Peggy Gilpin and other comrades and Sam Anderson who've been close and intimate with helping support and continue that revolution, which is our lifeline, by the way. Now, this isn't necessarily what I was going to speak about, but I thought, how do you honor a Ralph Poynter? How do you honor Sally? Well, there's the beautiful poetry of Sweet Honey in the Rock, which says, You don't lose them. People never die. There were the rushing streams and the rustling breezes and all that. That's the spiritual. That's the spiritual. And you cluster with that. You hold it dear and you remember them. But you remember them more by carrying on their work. And Sally, first and foremost, at a time when Pacifica was not, and still isn't, first and foremost, an anti-imperialist, an anti-racist, an anti-supremacist, and all forms of bias. We are not there. We are there in some flimsy words. We are not necessarily there by our producers being in action around it. We are not capturing the action, and we are not upholding the leadership as countries of Cuba, the leadership of our political prisoners. They must be our guides. They are not remnants to think about. They are not archives. They are not to be sentimentalized. I don't think about Jamil Al-Amin because of his current state. I think I owe him a debt, but he's never stopped being the revolutionary to guide us and to learn from. And I just want to really plead with you. Pacifica, the media, is ours, but it is far cry from being used as ours. And I mean the revolutionary forces that are here and who have labored in the vineyards for years. Because it's a joy to be able to be a creator and a builder. And that's what revolution is, and to fight for that beloved community. So please, pay attention to this station. Make sure its management keeps up revolutionary programming in the name of Ralph Poynter and the name of Betty and my new young brother over there who's part of that incredible program that's been added to our roster. You make sure our management knows, don't you dare touch that. If anything, expand its hours. Put back Cuba in focus. Put back where we live. It's doable, and I don't give a damn about the money. I know we need that, but I know we need you to get involved. This is whose station? Whose station? And we're going to make it so, and we're going to keep it up, because I will tell you, I wait for the day, and I have to say this before we get up. I wait for the day, because I've already heard it. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Could you maybe have on a voice from the IDF? Because we want balance? Because we know that's a topical, hot thing? Please. This country may, along with our political prisoners being back in the beloved communities they came from, this country's soul may be redeemed by supporting a free Palestine and the youth who are out in the streets and the samud of the Palestinian people in Rafah, in Jenin, in the West Bank, in Gaza, who are resilient. It is fundamental to their building block of their culture, of their youth, to stay strong and fight by any means necessary, and God knows they've used every means since 1949. So let me tell you to draw back. They made these youth join that struggle. I don't care what they do to us at the universities. You're losing your job, you're gonna have to deal with it. It's only the boots on the ground that's gonna stop that anyway. They're gonna take $400 million away from Colombia. F it. F it. We're not the ones who are gonna complain. Colombia's already capitulated, and what do they say their new regs are? The new regs are to have a new czar over the African studies, the Asian studies departments, Really? Why? Because those are where the revolutionary sectors are. That's what they've tried to bury all these years in this country's never grappled with, and that is white supremacy, colonialism, settler colonialism. That's where it comes out of it. Crush it. That's why you got to do away with the education department. To give the opportunities for people to not be separate and equal, but to learn in better facilities and stuff. Keep that education alive. I know the hook's coming, but one of our educators, aside from Mama Pam Africa,
We're going to get kicked out pretty soon and we got some more acts. And you can hear Mimi. You can hear Mimi on the radio every day. We got to go.
to honor Sally, to honor but they're the struggle, they're the free Palestine. We'll free ourselves. Thank you.
Now, but this is a time when the program starts, because we gotta like really move people, and I've been just sitting and enjoying everyone. But we're gonna have to exercise a little more discipline, and I take responsibility for that too. But I was just so into it. But next we're gonna have brother in Kulekos. Is he here or somebody representing? in-the-Bowery, International People's Democratic Movement.
Uhuru. Free 'em all. Long live Ralph Poynter. Long live Lynn Stewart. Right on. My name is Feist. I'm a member of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. We say Uhuru because Uhuru means freedom. It's also welcoming and a greeting that we use amongst our comrades. We say Uhuru because we believe that freedom should be in the minds of our people 365, 24/7, every day. Free 'em all. I want to, there's a bunch of times when I've encountered Ralph Poynter, and he was very inspiring to me to be engaged in this work. Being a member of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, we got programs right now in New York City that we're doing. Everything that we do is all about self-determination. It's all about Black power, It's good to protest. It's good to demonstrate. But it's most important that we exercise self-governance, that we exercise self-determination. So every program that we do is to take political power into our own hands. On the move, all power to the people. This is the type of work where we actually take control of all the institutions that's inside of our community. My comrade Dwayne's going to speak more about that. But I just wanted to thank Sister Betty Davis for giving us this time to speak. And even the way I'm speaking right now, I'm speaking the language of my colonizer. We have some comrades, I know that there's some forces from Haiti here, they speak the language of their colonizers. There's some Africans that speak Spanish. They're speaking the language of their colonizers. And now we have politicians that look like us, that work in the interests of our colonizers. They are neo-colonizers. We have to be clear on every manifestation of colonialism and be clear that in order to defeat colonialism is us to have power in our own hands. So I would really implore everyone to go to our website, npdom.org. You can learn about our organization there. You can join our organization there. We have an event happening today from 5 to 8 p.m. at the Brownsville Heritage Center in Brooklyn, New York, Brownsville. I believe it's 4318 Mother Gaston Boulevard. If I'm not mistaken, if you give me a moment, I can let you know. I don't want to take up much more time, but I just want to say the address is 581 Mother Gaston Boulevard, Brooklyn, New York, 11212, 5 to 8 p.m. today. And I'd like to thank everyone again for giving us a chance to speak. In our movement, we say touch one, touch all. When I say touch one, you say touch all. Touch one! Touch all! Touch one! Touch all! Touch one! Touch all!
Uhuru. Greetings everyone. My name is Dwayne Nichols, and I'm also, like my comrade, a member of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. And first, I just want to say very, very big shout out to Miss Sister Betty for inviting me here. Unlike most of y'all, yeah. Holy crap. Unlike most of y'all, you know, I'm not aware of Mr. Poynter, but I really feel blessed to have learned about him through all of you who spoke earlier. And I really think, you know, shout out to the woman who did speak before me, that WBAI needs to definitely stay alive and continue having that revolutionary program. You know, I have folks who watch, like, you know, mainstream news media and start to pick up those ideas, you know? So it's very important that WBAI stays on the air. So I just wanted to mention that as well. And to what my comrade was saying, is there folks from Brooklyn in here? Okay, cool. Just want to let you know. So, you know, Charles Barron spoke a little bit earlier, and we want to try to follow in the footsteps of Charles Barron. You know, we believe that self-determination is the highest form of, you know, democracy at Impedum, right? So this coming Thursday at 647 Fulton Street, Thursday, March 27, 647, there is a politician that we have to get out of office. Her name is Crystal Hudson from District 35. Crystal Hudson, District 35. And she is continuing the displacement. She's continuing to putting the towers up that is allowing for our black people to be displaced. So, like a brother Charles Barron said, you know, when he talked about power, what we're trying to do is educate the community. She's having a State of the District Forum, a fancy event, State of the District Forum, that we're coming to bust up. We're coming to protest, all right? But it has some specific goals. It's not just a protest. We are demanding that she sit down and meet with us because she's putting up a 14-story tower building, and you have to make $140,000 do y'all make $140,000? Maybe I'm in the wrong place. Am I in the wrong place? Do y'all make $140,000? I certainly don't make $140,000. So that leads to the working class population, which is mostly black, to be displaced. So we know that this has been happening over the last 10 years. You know, Lori Cumbo, Letitia James, you know, we see the trend, but we just believe that it's still never too late, you know, to keep fighting. So we want you to come out. We're going to be giving out information to the people going inside, and I'm gonna send out some flyers right here about her report card, which is basically all Fs. So if you know, and even News 12, you'll see here, it says that gentrification is unavoidable after the Empire Boulevard rezoning passes. That's the building that's scheduled to go up. But it's not too late. If she meets with us, she still has the power to cancel the whole, you know, it's called member deference. And if you guys end up going to community board meetings, do not ever let the community board person say, oh, we can't do nothing. They have the power to veto any tall building or luxury building using something called member deference, all right? So this is something that I'm now learning all of this stuff, but we want to kind of empower the people to fight back, you know, shut things down at the local meetings, but then also get specific things raised, so or demands met. So that's the purpose of us going here, so that she can meet with us, and then we're gonna have more activists, older activists than myself, speak to what we need. So that's all I just wanted to say. I'm gonna pass out some flyers, but if you're definitely from Brooklyn, I wanna probably need your information so we can let you know what's going on. And there's gonna be always other stuff going on, but this is in the tradition of Charles Barron. This is so, we're not just like, we're trying to move it, keep it going. So that's all I wanted to say, and you're gonna hear from us more and more. Thank you.
Shout out to my brothers in Impedum, International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. They're doing tremendous work. Our next presenter is going to be a poetry performance by Steve Bloom. I'm looking all around for you, Mike, and you're right there. Steve Bloom, thank you.
Can I get some assistance, somebody to hold this up while I'm reading my poem? Yeah, just hold it up. When Oscar Lopez Rivera was still in prison, after he'd been in prison for 30 years, we had an event called 30 Poets for Oscar. And somebody handed me a book with pictures by Oscar and another Puerto Rican prisoner who was an artist. This one inspired the following poem. There are references to other pictures by Oscar in the poem, but you'll just have to imagine them. And to understand the poem, you also have to remember that Oscar was in prison for seditious conspiracy. The poem is called A Conspiracy of Flowers. You did not have to send the flowers, Oscar. You have given us so much time, after all, enough to assure me of your love. 26 years on the day the artwork was hung from the gallery's walls, 35 by now and counting still. You did not have to send me flowers, Oscar. I am sure it isn't easy to find them there where they keep you locked away, though perhaps not quite so difficult for one who truly understands the flowers when they speak to us. Che once spoke of love in words that have echoed ever since in so many hearts. Your great feelings echo too through these portraits of Mita at her sewing machine, of Filiberto, Safia, Frida, Julia, of Che himself, joined by another, although nameless, gringo's nemesis, of corn vendors in their market square, of a deer drinking from its river, of a bowl filled with mangoes or a vase with flowers. You did not have to send me flowers, Oscar. I would still have known how much you loved me, enough to dedicate a lifetime to our great conspiracy of flowers. And so I offer you these lines, my small effort to reciprocate your love. Someday, I predict, a new law will transform colonialist conspiracy into a crime punishable thenceforth by 35 years in prison. And all who are thus sentenced will be compelled to appeal to you or to me or perhaps to our children for clemency. Allow me to express the hope that we will treat them with compassion when the time arrives, for such compassion best demonstrates all the truths we hold self-evident in our vast conspiracy of flowers. Long live the conspiracy of flowers, our wonderful conspiracy of artists, of poets, of musicians, of sisters and mothers and daughters, of sons and brothers, of fathers, of lovers and comrades who have fallen, and those who march on, even those yet to be born, because soon, perhaps only a day or three after you and I have joined the ancestors, they will be the ones who discover new ways to celebrate, aware that all the prison walls in all the world are not enough to hold back our glorious conspiracy. You did not have to send the flowers, Oscar. There was no need to send me flowers.
How are we running on time? Because we want to do one more.
One more? Okay.
We're gonna have to thank
All
you
right,
so
that's
much.
it. Thank you, Betty, for the time. I have some flyers and some books in the back if anybody's interested.
That was absolutely beautiful. So beautiful. Thank you so much for gracing us with your awesome, wonderful poetry. Next, we're going to have special guest poet, The Miserable Genius, and then we're going to be hearing from Alyssa and Looney, and also we know we have Rosemary Mealy, and we want to make sure that we get out of here by 3 o'clock and do the work. So, brother, The Miserable Genius, is our brother here? Is he here? Oops. And you're from The Miserable Genius, woo!
Hello, how y'all doing today? As they said, that is one of my names, The Miserable Genius. This is my brother, Magnetic the Shaman. So, real quick, I didn't know Ralph personally, but I was invited by Miss Betty Davis. She saw me about a month ago. She saw us a month ago, AM PM Gallery in Brooklyn. I'm a part of a group called Artists for Puerto Rico. I am myself a Boricua. My father was Cuban, don't tell nobody. Wepa. But, you know, upon more research about this event, you know, I see that we're raising money for Mia and everybody, and like, I remember the first time I heard about the MOVE movement was a couple years ago, because my brother's from Philly. And I remember, it's just crazy to hear that America dropped bombs on its own people, but they always look at us like outsiders anyway. And as a Philadelphian and a Boricua, these are the two places in America where they drop bombs, whether it was in Philly or in Vieques. So we drop lyrical bombs right back, you know what I'm saying? And the tongue is powerful. We got 3 songs for y'all real quick. I'm not gonna take too long, but thank you, sir. Yo, do you love me, do you love me not? I ask myself this question all the time, my stomach and knots, been through a lot. I hope I drop a classic before I rot in a casket. Basquiat was only 27, he ain't get to bask in all the glory that he earned painting easels. Of course we scared of needles, Uncle Sam gave us blankets before and we got measles. Sometimes it's hard being peaceful, knowing every politician is really a wolf in sheep's wool. Bullets off the blackboard, carnage in the cathedral. Let Sha'Carri run and compete, it's only weed, chill. Y'all know it ain't that serial. Ain't no need to flip out over weed unless a burial trick is being performed. Like corporate endorsements of solidarity that reform the perception of the public. We nothing but test subjects. None of these companies actually know what love is, let alone pride. They don't care if we die. They put up Black Lives Matter signs, then poison your appetite. Or they gentrify your neighborhood. Poverty will stay for good, they won't ever save the hood. Real progress and revolution, I just made you look. In conclusion, it's illusion of inclusion. Neoliberal hypnosis, shifting your focus with confusion. Censorship ain't conducive to learning and changing. Abusive patterns stitched in the cycles that we all being looped in. Stop being stupid, we running out of time. America embarrassing, let me ask one more time, like, do you love me not? Yeah, do you love me not? How you hurt me, then act like I mean nothing. Stop, do you love me not? Yeah. Yeah, do you love me now? How you hurt me, then act like I mean nothing. Stop.
It's risky biz to consider yourself a visionary, visibly serious mission to carry, missionary position. The game been put on his back to keep on pushing verses. My engine running but smoking like when the cushion's burning. I need a change of oil, take the soil of ancient royals. Y'all staying loyal to the patriarchy and posses that took my people, made them toil. Pop locking lens and boils, alter the black Conan Doyle. Surely I'm locked in. This is for the homeboys who finna open doors to the other side. They say the squeaky wheel will get the grease, but y'all been making like no noise. I've been on a journey for finally finding my own voice. Finally riding that Rolls Royce Ghost Boy, take it slow, boy. Y'all be rushing like Tolstoy, I had no choice. Take life by the reins and quit being one to play with like an old toy till the day that my soul's void. Rappers knockoffs, Josh Brolin and old boy. Young cats is adamant they the top dog. I run the block 100 times and hope I don't see you, but corner boys need to feed they see too. So get your money, young band, but spend it wise as father time. And watch out for your kind. It's have us versus them and have us versus us. But we can stand as strong as Rosa on that bus. Cause life will paralyze you like you stomped on your spine. At times it comes a choice to swallow pride or fall in line. Breaking news at 9, Illadelph, more homicides at night than 4 Columbines combined. It's a crime. Do you love me? Do you love me not?
Yeah.
Do you love me? Do you love me not? How you hurt me, then act like I mean nothing. Stop.
So upon reading about Ralph, I found out he was also an educator. I'm currently an educator. I work in Queens. I teach the youth, you know what I'm saying? And it's a very hard job, but I love it with my whole heart. You know, I'm in Queens, I'm in Jackson Heights and Corona. For some reason, Boricuas ain't there all like that no more, you know what I'm saying? I'm originally from Buffalo. I'm a Rust Belt baby, 716. My family from Brooklyn, no, don't test it, don't test it. But, you know, these kids, I walk in with my afro, they don't know what's going on. They're like, Mr. Dom, your hair was in braids yesterday. Why is it an afro? And we here to raise awareness. We the diaspora. So, you got the diaspora right there? No? Time out, sir. All right. So, if you are unaware, what the African diaspora is basically all those people that were kidnapped from Africa and thrown around the world. The diaspora is what happened to those worlds and how was it transformed? How did those Africans that were enslaved change that world? They changed the whole world, in case you didn't know. As a Boricua, my hair, you know, it's happened for many different reasons. And our job as flow carriers, that's what we do. We're here to educate. So hit me with that, please, my brother.
Thank you.
And shout out to Slow Soul. Yo, when's the last time, you know, somebody told you how important you were? Yo. God bless the diaspora, those that made the boat ride. They get us high, they got the nerve to call us all low lives. Our futures could be so bright if they didn't put this dark cloud over our heads and blindfolds over both eyes. Black is beautiful in every form, in their own right. The Creator gave us struggle to make us stronger. And
This is why we hold mics.
Weaving wisdom in the dope lines in the hope that my voice evokes a choice to get your soul right. I ain't never stole bikes, but I always spoke up. Learned my history, study hard, and gave. When the devil dancing at my door, I don't run, I post up. I might even roll up, smoking and hit the shoulder shrug, and blow an O and say his face. And laugh like I ain't growing up. Existence is resistance. They want us dead before the ovum gets fertilized. That's why they sterilize. America is broken. Lady Liberty look paralyzed. Invaders looking at us like we parasites.
How?
Our egos are so inflated. I hope that you not scared of heights. Cause it's a long way down. Every empire fall. We might fall right now, right now. It's a long way down. Every empire fall. We might fall right now, right now. It's a long way down. Every empire fall. We might fall right now, right now. My fall, go talk now.
God bless the diaspora, black magic, crash the entire order. Bring that fire for you like a light menorah. Stored us in a box, Pandora. Saw the locks and cast it Alohomora. I propose a toast. Pour up, let's celebrate this melanin state. We living in every day. Check it, no sugarcoat. Life can burn or feel sweet like the top of a creme brulee. I'm about a drop of ink and a pen away from blacking out here in center stage. But I was really finna black out anyway. I can't help it. Let the Lord call me like the sample is selfish. Yeah. We got it cracking like a shellfish since the Fertile Crescent. When I was younger, cracking black jokes used to hurt my essence. About face, how I turned my session. Learn my lessons, burn deception. Yearn for flexing to assert my presence. Cats be flashing green like fresh pesto. We ain't have a shekel to our name. That's black trauma we're manifesting. Hip-hop low-key calls to cure my depression. Hip-hop hockey is the purest invention. We still a long way from paradise. Egos are so inflated, I hope that you're not scared of heights. Cause it's a long way down, every empire fall, we might fall right now, right now. It's a long way down, every empire fall, we might fall right now, right now. It's a long way down, every empire fall, we might fall right now, right now. Cause it's a long way down, every empire fall, we might fall right now, right now. Thank you. Thank you, y'all.
Thank you, Miss Betty
We
Davis.
appreciate you.
God bless y'all. Free them all, free them all.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Bring this rotten empire down right now. Okay, so the next order of speakers are going to be, we're going to have Priscilla Grimm, Rosemary Mealy, and Alyssa and Looney. So Priscilla Grimm? Priscilla? Okay, Tad, come on up. Come on up. Woo, come on up. Come on up.
Yes, yes, yes. Much respect. Huge forever shouts to Sister Betty, as has been said, as should continue to be said. Thank you so much for just building out this space and just your presence in general with regard to community, with regard to movement, and likewise to our fallen brother Ralph Poynter, who also, yes, long live Ralph Poynter. And so, Brother Ralph was always somebody who, as we all need to, represented community wherever he went. That's why when we hear things like pick up the work, with Brother Ralph saying pick up the work, he was emblematic of that. It's not just rhetoric. It's about being connected to community in a deep way. And that speaks to this question of accountability. And I seem to recall, so Brother Ralph, I don't know if this spot is okay to, with the piano, I'll put it here. Brother Ralph, I remember from some of those earliest meetings as we were building the tribunal out of Spirit of Mandela, which I'll talk about a bit more in a second. But Spirit of Mandela built an international tribunal against genocide. And as with any abolitionist-oriented revolutionary project going on in this region, Brother Ralph, as well as Sister Betty, were present on the ground at the bottom floor with regard to those efforts. And I recall from those early meetings, Brother Ralph reflecting on coming up and his upbringing as a smaller youth, that the younger heads called him Bruiser, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he was a scrapper, no question. And I was not around for his nonage in the Bruiser days, but you could tell just from how he presented himself where that's coming from. And we need that energy out here. Ashe, we need that energy out here. Brother Ralph, wherever he went, and as was mentioned, he was an educator as well. And so bridging that, having that forceful, solid presence, and constantly bringing the information, we need that energy. That's a communal energy. And going back to questions of accountability, I was asked to speak specifically. I have marching orders, so I follow those marching orders. I'm not going to play when it comes to Sister Betty for 1 second. So I'm striving for concision. And so I was asked because the comrade that was going to speak about Cop City and stopping Cop cities. And so I will do that. And I want to connect that to this question of Brother Ralph and accountability and what we're doing in terms of building the People's Senate. So Cop City, as we know, Cop City is not a single, I can't read that, the old glasses. 3 minutes, respect, 3 minutes, okay, 1 minute each. Cop City. So for the past few years, heads have been mobilizing around Cop City. Very righteous work. Those are our comrades. We're in forever solidarity with the anti-Cop City work. Heads are building around that here. There's a lot of intercommunal work going on around that specific Cop City. But as we know, Cop cities, plural, are a blight across these domestic colonies, period. It is not a singular issue. So while we're building against the Cop City development that is attempting to decimate and to degrade the Weelaunee forest, we also need to mobilize and especially organize structurally, intercommunally, to keep these various other Cop cities from being built, from being maintained, etc., as an expression of the overt slave patrolling energy of this U.S. empire. The overt energy, because as we know, they're saying that Cop City is about training slave patrollers. Lies, of course, but at the same time, yes, they will be training slave patrollers at that facility and at this facility they're aiming to build here in Queens. However, every time we build our movements to push back and make important inroads against the propaganda that sways our communities, what do they say? Oh, well, we'll get better training for these slave patrollers. We'll have better trained slave patrollers out here. We don't need better trained slave patrollers. They have been training for centuries to do what they do. We don't need that. And none of us asked for that. However, unfortunately, through brute force and through ideological terror, importantly, because in those moments, that's being offered as some sort of reward, as some sort of gift to us, like training slave patrollers to be more effective is useful to us. And it couldn't be further from the truth. But this is a part of their overt effort to create cop cities and to militarize all of the cities, all municipalities, all communities out here. It's not about a building or a complex. What they're trying to build in Queens, look at how they move. They compete with one another to repress us. So they spend $100 million in the Wilani Forest, and so here, Slave Patroller Adams, this municipality here, the city of New York, they want to spend $200 million on property that they already own. They're already training slave patrollers in that spot in Queens. And we know how they move over there because we've been building in those areas. As we build the Stop the Raids New York City Coalition, we were building in those areas, and that's precisely the same area that they were trying to build the Amazon headquarters. To do what? Same thing, basically, because what does Amazon do? What do all of these different, COINTELPRO technology corporations do? The cloud. They are hyper-surveilling us through those mechanisms. So they are one and the same. We see it very overtly now. They've been doing this. All of those companies, all those, the Google, Alphabet, these corporations are slave patroller technology corporations. So we have to be serious about the overt and the covert, and through that, this goes back to accountability. We cannot be attempting to outcompete one another as revolutionaries, as people of conscience. We have to build and coordinate with one another. And that's the kind of accountability, the kind of presence that heads like Brother Ralph represented. And had all of that. So Brother Sekou, I constantly quote this, rest in power. We have so many giants transitioning out here. And we are, so as Brother Sekou often said, we stand on the shoulders of giants. And Brother Ralph was one of those giants. And so if we are going to step through their legacies, then we have to coordinate with one another and not be in competition with one another. And it is in that spirit that we are building what we call the People's Senate out of Spirit Mandela's 2021 International Tribunal against U.S. genocide. 3 out of the 5 genocide charges pertain to questions of Stop Cop City. 3 out of the 5 genocide charges in 2021. This rampant slave patroller terror, hyper-incarceration, and political prisoners, prisoners of war. One of Brother Ralph's, let me know if I'm wrong on this. Whenever I encountered Brother Ralph, he was talking about bringing home our political prisoners, prisoners of war, out of these death camps. And so, not like how these slavers move, however, with the same and more of a fervent effort toward connecting with one another, we need to build our defenses and our attacks against these covert and overt attempts to enslave all of us. That's what we need to be doing. That is picking up the work. And so to connect Brother Ralph and Cop City to moves forward and picking up the work, I implore all of us, let us build the People's Senate out here, to defend against and to attack against these efforts, these repressive efforts to enslave us, to erode our communities, and all of the rest of it. Because without that coordination, without us being in unison, we have no chance against the kind of coordination that these characters are capable of, because that is precisely what they're doing. They're building the infrastructure to, in a coordinated fashion, move against us. That's what Cop City is about. And so 80 plus such projects in every single state in these domestic colonies, perhaps with the exception of Wyoming, that is coordination. That's what we need. We don't need to be flexing on one another or talking about how we represent the most important issue. They are all important and they all coincide. And that's the energy that we are building the People's Senate with. We have to be against genocides, period. And we have to listen to each other and build with each other to have that type of coordinating capacity to build united fronts, plural, because that's the only way we're going to defeat this beast. Long live Brother Ralph, long live Sister Betty, long live revolution, and shouts to all of y'all. Much love, much respect.
Thank you so much. Yes, let's build that People's Senate with the spirit of Mandela. Uhuru! Our next presenter, Miss Rosemary. Oh, you guys, please. Thank you. Please work with me. Rosemary Mealy. Woo, 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 woo.
Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. I know we only have if we're supposed to finish by 3, we have okay, thank you so much. Well, Sister Betty, thank you for inviting me and my young comrade, Brother Shock, to give a presentation, something very short. I want to lift up also the fact of not only our Brother Ralph, but 2 people who were instrumental in bringing me to this earth were my mother and my father, who also passed during the month of March. So I lift up the names of Rosa and Russell Mealy. So I just want to say that starting out affirming what Mimi said, you're right. WBAI and Pacifica Network is a part of a neoliberal conglomerate. And we have to struggle against that for a revolution. And I say that public radio is a liberated frequency. Public radio is a liberated frequency. And that's why we have to support and demand the management of WBAI to continue the revolutionary mission of that radio station. 1960, September 19th, for 10 days in Harlem, Fidel Castro and Malcolm X met. In this book, we try to give a chronology of that. That meeting was a legacy. That meeting was a legacy that we have inherited and that Ralph Poynter supported and defended in our struggle against the more than 60+ years of an inhumane and illegal blockade against the people of Cuba and the Cuban Revolution. The Cuban Revolution represents for us at this very moment, the mission of all of humanity. And we are the inheritance of that. The Trump administration, and even the one before that, for more than 60+ years, have used everything that it can to undermine that revolution, to destroy that revolution. But socialism is embedded in the philosophy and the building of a new society, the kind of society that we've been talking about here, that we need. And we should not be afraid of terms like socialism and communism. As Malcolm said, if communism is going to give me bread, food, shelter, and clothes, I want it. And in the centennial of Malcolm's birth, we have to come together to study him, to study his words, and to show how his words are meant for us right here and now. That is the struggle. That is the struggle that we inherited. Yes, you can still go to Cuba and see for yourself why this country would want us not to go. We still have some time to go. There are two things that you may be interested in doing. We have a medical school program where Fidel in 2000 awarded 500 scholarships to any young brother and sister who would want to go to Cuba to study medicine. I implore you, if you know young people who are interested, please have them to go to ifco.org. And there you will find the information about how you can study medicine in Cuba and you come back to the U.S. with no debt. We have more than 226 young brothers and sisters who have studied medicine, and they have returned to this country, and they're practicing or they're studying for their exams all over the country, and they have no debt. Now, in order to get to Cuba for yourself, to see what it's like, we are planning to take more than 1,000+ young brothers and sisters to Cuba for May Day. So here is the moment. Here is the moment where if there's anybody in here, all you have to do is go to the site called in-the-Bowery.org. That is the network, the national network of Cuban organizations, in-the-Bowery.org. Now, one of the things that I've always done as a revolutionary, as an educator, and we were taught when I was a member of the Black Panther Party, women lead that struggle. And let's step up to the moment now. It's near the ending of International Working Women's Month. But I encourage you, if you have not saluted one of the women who have made a contribution to your life, please do so at this moment or before the month is over. One of the things also that has been incumbent upon us all is to teach one, teach one, teach one, teach the youth. And I want to give up my time now to one of the young brothers who had an opportunity to go to Cuba with Sam Anderson, who took a delegation of young people this past December. Jacques was there. He saw for himself what is going on in that country and why you should go there now. We go to Cuba to learn, to see what it is, to come back and to organize and to demonstrate and to educate and to show why we must defend this country that's only 90 miles from our shores. Right now, brothers and sisters, the Trump administration has put together more than 40 countries to be on the A, B, and C list. Cuba is one of those countries. You need to, I could read them off here, but I don't have time, but you need to study who are these countries, and 90% of them are countries of Africa and the Caribbean who are refusing to bow down to the United States imperialism and remove Cuban doctors from being working in that country who have saved lives. Jacques is going to share now the rest of our moments, but in the spirit of our brother Ralph, let's keep this struggle going. Let's escalate it as a matter of fact. And what I like to say, that the struggle is real. We know that it's real. It can never be contained. And above all, we will be victorious. We will be victorious. Viva Fidel, viva Malcolm, and long live their memories, and let's struggle to keep them alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mealy. I'm Shaq. I recently had the privilege of traveling to Cuba last December for the culmination of the International Decade of People of African Descent. It was a conference, but I would say everything I got, or many things I got, were not actually even at the podium. It was interacting with the Cuban people, being in Cuba, etc. We visited Carabuni. It's a Pan-Africanist decolonial community center in Old Havana that nurtures children and elders alike. We sipped cafecitos. We heard stories from the Cuban elders. And I remember hearing a quote before we went. They said, Cuba, when Africa called, Cuba answered. And I was lucky enough to get to speak to some of these elders who answered the call when the Portuguese fascists wanted to suppress Angola and keep them under colonial bondage. We had there was actually two elder men and 2 elder women. I think that also doesn't get played up enough, spoken about how there were young men and women that flew all the way in the hundreds of thousands over to Africa to fight to end colonialism. We explored Casa de Africa Museum. We saw one thing that was interesting was they had a classroom just set up in the middle of the museum. And we didn't notice it at first, nor was it mentioned. And when we saw it, all of us who were coming here from America obviously were shocked. Like, why are they not, in a school? They said that the kids wanted to open up a school here, so we made it happen. And then we found out that all across Cuba, this was the case where if there was even one student in a rural village, they had a teacher. They had access to education. We went to the Matanzas province, where we visited the National Slave Route Museum, the Museo Nacional Ruta del Esclava. That visit was a sobering reminder of the horrors inflicted during the transatlantic slave trade, and that it didn't just stop here. Yet, in learning about these atrocities, we also saw how modern-day Cubans wrestle with racism and the enduring legacies of slavery. We discovered Color Cubano, a national program that includes multiple sub-programs to tackle racism and racial discrimination. Imagine us, coming from the land of freedom and democracy and seeing what they're doing for Cuba and watching at the same time as they roll back every right that people have fought and given blood for over the decades. I felt an overwhelming sense that our struggle truly mirrored each other, and that if we join hands, we can rise above these oppressive systems. We visited the Literacy Campaign Museum. This one was crazy. I got chills. We were reading about the 1961 Literacy Campaign, where they dispatched more than 250,000 volunteers, many of them Black Cubans, many of them young, many of them women, to remote regions to teach people how to read and write. They risked everything from losing their lives, and this is something that almost becomes cliche. When you're younger, they tell you that they don't want you to read. If they don't want you to read something, they'll put it in a book, right? And I feel like often that the elders, my entire life, have stressed the importance of education to the point where you almost, feel it goes over your head, I feel. But at our time at the Literacy Museum, we found out about this 18-year-old young Black boy who was lynched by one of the CIA's terror mobs solely for the crime of trying to educate his fellow countrymen. Friends, I ask you, what if we had that same unbreakable will to ensure every child in Newark, in Chicago, in Oakland, in New York City got the best education possible, no matter the cost? That incendiary question we must pose to ourselves is the reason why Cuba is under the blockade, because of the threat of a good example. As one who has stood shoulder to shoulder with Cuban teachers, artists, musicians, activists, I cannot remain silent while my government labels Cuba a state sponsor of terror. Who is truly terrorized here? Just last week, they released the JFK documents where they openly admitted that they plotted to ruin all of Cuba's crops, to starve the Cuban people, to destroy socialism in Cuba. Who are the real terrorists? The US blockade and its imperialism is the real violence, denying medicine, food, resources to millions of people in Cuba, to 60% of the poor people in the world, to 30% of the nations in the world. And whether we're in this church, in our schools, in our union halls, Or in these very streets, we must demand that the blockade end once and for all. Standing in the streets of Cuba, I could feel a sense of defiance. No matter how big the blockade looms, the people do not bow. They dance, they sing, they study, they heal, they lift each other up in ways that we, trapped in this capitalist hell, can only imagine. That spirit is a reminder that the world built on solidarity is not a pipe dream. It's right here, imperfect but real, on an embattled island. People often ask me if the Cuban Revolution is still alive, is socialism still alive in Cuba? And I told them I looked around and I saw that not only is it alive, it's thriving in every teacher who teaches the child to read, and every elder who volunteers for a mission or volunteers for the programs at Karabuni, and every local initiative that merges African traditions with Cuban culture. It's alive, in intangible yet palpable sense that the human soul cannot be subjugated by blockades or bullets. We must bring that fire back home, to our city councils, to our community boards, to our workplaces. We must share what we've seen with our own eyes, what we've heard, that another way is possible, and that it's not just a slogan. It's a lived experience, an alternative path forward that calls out to each of us. And lastly, I want to shout out to Ralph Poynter, and I had the benefit, the blessing of meeting him twice. And I think that it's fitting that this is the theme, that we keep the work going, because he was doing the work up until the end, and I hope to be blessed to be able to do the same. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for that awesome presentation and giving me the opportunity to learn even more about Cuba. Very, very interesting, and we greatly appreciate that. Also, we just want to give a shout out and to thank you to everyone who's been making contributions online, to everyone who made contributions to being here and all of that. Do we by chance have any idea how much we've collected so far? Or over 6,000. And going. We're gonna keep it going. The next presenter will be gracing us with her present. It gives me a great honor to introduce Alyssa and Looney. I hope I introduced that correctly. Come on up. Or just Alyssa. Come on up, my dear sister. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Betty, for allowing me to be here. I'm Alyssa Monet, an activist, artist, and community organizer with Soy Muslim Rican, also with Artists for Puerto Rico, and you can also find me now at the Center for Puerto Rican Studies. Is it clear that I'm Boricua? All right, I'll start. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, in the name of God, the most gracious and the most merciful. We are here today raising funds in memory of Mr. Ralph Poynter, someone who took up action in his career as an educator, a radio host, and an activist working to free radical attorney, who's also his wife, Lynn Stewart, who was jailed for 4 years for distributing press releases. Yes. Through his legacy, we are reminded of multiple ways we can contribute to the radical act of speaking truth to power, as attributed to civil rights activist and Quaker Bayard Rustin. We understand that the greatest weapons of our oppressors are the fear and lies, and the only way to combat the two are with faith and knowledge. That may look like faith in a higher power, it may look like faith in community, or it may look like faith in your actions based on knowledge that you've gained. It may look like all of them combined. In Mr. Poynter's legacy, we see the role of the educator. For how can we speak truth when we're uneducated? A vital foundation to all of the most impactful movements of social change is education. Why else is Empire working to dismantle the Department of Education? Why else did college prices skyrocket once Black and Indigenous people were given access to institutions of higher education? Racism is a front for fear and ignorance at best, And at worst, it's a targeted attack rooted in the understanding that if given the knowledge, the oppressed would dismantle the systems which keep them elevated in their thrones of money, power, and deception. Now, I'm stating the obvious, but sometimes we need reminders. Social media and the news are not the only forms of press. It may be that now more than ever, physical and independent media is vital for the dissemination of information. Thank you. From books, newspapers, and magazines to flyers, zines, radio, and other independent viewer-funded press, we are fighting a war against falsehood that cannot be solved by only using the tools created and operated by the oppressors. Free public access to resources like the library and radio keep us informed of our rights so that we can weaponize the systems in place as best as we can to our advantage. It educates us on past and present working examples so we don't find ourselves repeating the work already done for us, wasting our time. Instead, we spend our time and energy building on the work of our predecessors, work that we know works, and leaving what we know fails. But we can't build on past movements without the legacies of those who did the work. Those assassinated and those who sit in prison cells for their audacity to take informed action. Attacks like the one that resulted in the recent kidnapping of Columbia alumni and key negotiator in the Hins Hall takeover, Mahmoud Khalil. They must not stand. And while it's great that we're taking to the streets now, what will we do should justice not prevail as it often does in these cases? What will we do with the other students who are now recently arrested whose names are not in the news? Will we leave our elders to rot in cells? We must not be so blinded as to forget those who bear the brunt of it all. Our political prisoners, many of whom have given up decades of their lives, deserve our support, they deserve justice, and they deserve their freedom. For as long as we're fighting, we cannot accept victory until every political prisoner is free, free from the confines of a cell, free from the injustice doled out by empire, and free to live fully in their truth. Now, I swear this won't be a sermon, but as a Muslim whose sense of justice is rooted in my faith, I must share a few things with you all. Whether you believe them to be the words of God or just writings of the ancients, the Quran, which was revealed during this month of Ramadan, states, Ramadan Mubarak, verily, we have brought the truth to you, but most of you hate the truth. And we hurl the truth against falsehood, and it knocks out its brains. And behold, the falsehood vanishes. With the dismantling of falsehood, we accept that the destruction of lies brings about the destruction of the liars. For why else are they intent on locking up or straight up assassinating those who dare to speak truth? Those who still have such talent and surefire conviction in the recitation of truth as to raise a people's consciousness to an active state of knowledge that moves about the streets. For true knowledge begets action, and our informed and targeted action instills fear in the hearts of the oppressors. Fear that leads them to build cop cities, to train in warfare against civilians. Fear that festers, causing fingers to pull triggers against little boys and old ladies with pots on the stove. Fear that one day they may be subject to their own oppressions. Fear that they may be at the mercy of the next Lolita Lebron, the Puerto Rican radical who carried out an armed attack against members of Congress in the United States Capitol. Fear that their fascism may be met with armed black militias, that the one that has recently formed in Ohio. Fear that we may stand together and coordinated against their attacks, and fear that we will win. But I say again, we cannot win without fighting a good fight, and we cannot fight without the legacies of our predecessors. Our fight must include education, it must include protecting free press, and it absolutely must include freedom for all of our political prisoners, not just the ones who make the headlines, but all of those who put their bodies on the line for our freedom. What's the call? Today I ask you all to refocus, reassess, find your lane. What more can you contribute? Be committed to doing everything you can with everything you have. The empire is crumbling. We can stand firm in our values and fortify our communities, or we can let it fall on our heads. You can decide. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Ms. Betty Davis, for giving me the opportunity to be here. I'm Melissa Monet. I hope something that I said has resonated with you all. What's the call? What's the call? Free them all.
I have just got to say to everybody, in the midst of all this turmoil and horror, this has been so uplifting, and especially all of the young people. And I must shout out my sister, Betty Davis. I must shout her out for her incredible ability to be able to do this intergenerational work and just reach across lines and class and all that kind of stuff to bring people together. Brother Ernesto, do you want to come up here? We're about to be closing out. Oh. I got Sister Betty. Yes.
Yes. Well, thank you, Ms. Lisa Davis. Thank you for everyone for coming out today, and we're gonna have just a closing outro with a Hollow that came and they opened for us today, and they're just really amazing, with their expression. Gwen, are you gonna say something?
Let me also just say hi to Bob Lederer and all these other people whose names I did not mention. I want to give you a shout out and recognize all of you Sarah founders and all the names I don't know. Yeah, Gwen DeBrow. Sure, one announcement. Right. Suzanne. All the names that are just.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Sister Betty, for doing this program. Thank you to WBAI. Thank you for all the speakers, young and old. One brief announcement. I am part of the mobilization to free Mumia Abu-Jamal, and this year we will be having an online event for his 71st birthday, and I would invite you all to join in. It's going to be online. And it's going to be multicultural. We're not going to be just talking about Mumia, although it is his birthday, and we need to get him and all of the other political prisoners out, as we know. I just saw a headline on the ride over here about the horrible food that's being served to our people. You know, rotten food. It's written on the box. Food should not be consumed by human beings, and this is what they're serving to our people. So it's more important than ever that we be active, be informed, and take action. Thank you.
Also, Chairman Omali Yeshitela is going to be on tomorrow with Brother Zaid Mohammed. Live on YouTube, yes. And Charles Brown, Operation Power is having something for the 6th. They're honoring Black women. Let me just see if I can. It's going to be today for the 6th. Location, the Prince Joshua Avito Community Center. And then we know our comrades from NPDOM, they read what they were having, I think from 5 to something. We busy, we working, we boots on the ground.
And so you have to close this out. Hollow, come on.
Thank you. Let's just get to it.
Definitely bring this energy up here. Bring that energy up here. Get closer. Get closer. Get closer. Come through. We about to end this off. Let's end this off right. All this energy.
I love it,
yes. Come closer. Yes. Bring all this.
Yes.
Get this thing over here.
You could.
Yeah, true. You can stand a little bit too close. We need some space. All right. But yes, bring it up here. We about to, close this off. Definitely want to thank Ashe. Thank you, Baba. Thank you for staying. We got one more segment. Just want to thank Sister Betty Davis. Thank you so much for putting this together. Let's continue to support the efforts to support WBAI. That's ours. That's ours. Right? And we got to continue to support WBAI, continue to support our political prisoners. When Mama Betty came to us and was talking about having this memorial for Ralph Poynter, she was like, this ain't just gonna be this is a fundraiser. You know, she talked about how Queen Mother Moore stated that, you know, when she passes, don't have some funeral for me. We about to be organizing, right? And so that's what we doing, we organizing. So I appreciate everybody coming up here because that's the way we yes. Ashe. Exactly. Yes, family, please stand. Please stand with us. Ashe. Thank you. Merasi. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your family with us. Thank you for sharing that legacy with us. Right? And the legacy continues within us. Right? You know, Ralph Poynter, he was a part of the Asafo, our warrior class, right? And we got a lot of people who are a part of that warrior class, right? Queen Mother Moore, right? Yah Sentawa, Sekou Odinga. We got a lot of people from our Asafo warrior class, right? And we need to tap into that energy, all right? So I hope this song that we about to play for you helps you tap into that energy.
Feelings going through all types of physical and mental torture. But that's all right, because we said even before this happened, and we're going to stand after this, and after I'm locked up, and after everybody's locked up, that you can jail revolutionaries, but you can't jail a revolution.
Know you black and beautiful. Know you black and beautiful. Yeah. All my people stand up. My black people stand up. All my people stand up. My black people stand up.
We gon' rise to the mountain high.
Ain't nobody gonna stop us. We unify together, got that power. We unify together, got that power.
And all my people stand up.
All my people stand up.
All my people stand up.
My black people stand up.
All my people stand up.
Yeah.
All my people stand up.
Words drop like bombs start detonating, trying to bring love and hope to the generation. For the ones in the pen, know they steady waiting. I'ma bring fam home cause we regulate about how you do it, not how you make it.
Trying to change culture.
That was in the making. I was making moves without even thinking. Shots fired without even blinking. Dig a hole for my thoughts just a sinking. Around the same time I started drinking. Just a young boy trying to stack Lincolns when my friends died and my heart aching. Passion for love started stricken. Cause really community's going through it. Generational trauma, we going through it. So I'm up in the trap making soul music. You sick and tired of being sick and tired. Cops come but we not dividing. See the system fit, I desire. My brother, sister, cousins all riding. Cause black power is nothing higher. Black power is nothing higher. Healing from this sweat and pain, I know we won't be the same. All my people stand up. My black people stand up.
All my people stand up.
All my people stand up.
All my people stand up.
My black people stand up.
All my people stand up, baby. And we gon' rise to the mountain high. Ain't nobody gonna stop us.
No one.
Unify together, got that power.
Yeah. We unify together, got that power.
And all my people stand up.
All my people stand up.
All my people stand up.
My black people stand up.
All my people stand up.
Stand up.
All my people stand up.
Let's go.
It's time to stand up on our own 2 feet. It's time to start a revolutionary.
Okay.
So they can see that we ain't playing.
Nah, we ain't playing no more.
It's time to start a war.
Start a war.
So what are you fighting for?
What you fighting for?
So what are you fighting for?
I said, what you fighting for?
I'm the voice for the people who can't speak. I'm the arm for the people you can't reach. Whenever you cold and need fire, I'll be the heat to the people unwoke. I'm about to wake you out your sleep. No matter the circumstances, you will never see defeat. For generations, our people soared our greatness. Even though we went through enslavement, we organized and was patient. Victory so sweet we can taste it. We kicking doors while we waiting for all our people in cages. United we stand, if divided we fall. We are brothers and sisters, yeah, we done been through it all. It's time to put our differences aside. It's time we come aligned to defeat the opposing side. So
all my people stand up.
Put your hand in the air.
My black people stand up.
All my people stand up.
All my people stand up.
All my people stand up.
My black people stand up.
All my people stand up.
Yeah.
And we gon' rise.
We gon' rise.
High.
Ain't nobody gonna stop us. We unify together, got that power. We unify together, got that power.
And all my people stand up.
All my people stand up.
All my people stand up.
My black people stand up.
All my people stand up.
All my people stand up. Come on.
All right, now repeat after
We stand
us.
on legacy, 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 legacy. We stand on legacy, 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 legacy. We stand on legacy, 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 legacy. Legacy. We stand on legacy, 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 legacy. We stand on legacy, 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 legacy. We stand on legacy, 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 legacy.
Ooh, oh, ooh,
Yeah. Ashe.
Free the land, Ashe, free them all, free them all.
Yes, yes. You can follow us, healwithholla.com. You know, we do a lot of work on, we like to call ourselves babies of the new prison rights movement, right? Babies of the Black liberation movement, and we're continuing to teach our young people. We have an African rites of passage. It's a 2-year program for our young people, and it's gonna be starting again in 2026. So if you got any young people, we would love for them to be in our African rites of passage, for us to continue to teach our young people to be organizers and to fight against imperialism.
Ashe, Ashe.
Thank you. healwithholla.com.
I want to thank all of you for supporting BAI. Please, we've got to bring Mamiya home. Pam Africa visited him yesterday. Guys, he's not going to last if we don't fight for him. We got to bring Mamiya home. Kamal Siddiqui, same thing. He's sick. He's very, very ill. It's up to us to fight for him. And last but not least, the Imam, Jamil Al-Amin, known as H. Rap Brown, has stage 4 cancer. And we know H. Rap Brown, the voice that made America so mad. We can't let him go out this way. And WBAI, we will always be indebted. They help support every political prisoner movement in this country and all over the world. And we know it was not without BAI that we brought Sister Lynn Stewart home. And so we brought her home. We can bring the rest of them, and we got to hurry. Like I said, H. Rap Brown has stage 4 cancer, and Mamiya's cancer is still raging. He's very ill. Thank you for your support. And to the people online, thank you. To all of my crew here, to Halas, and to Lisa, and Ernesto, and all the troublemakers in the Stewarts and Poynter families, causing all these uprisings for political prisoners, especially, again, to Hala. I want everybody to remember Hala. We're going to be doing a lot. And the miserable genius, we're not going to let them get away from us. Not going to let them get away from us. And what they're saying is, we cannot fight this movement by ourselves. We can't do it. We can't do it. We got to bring it together and knock them down before they destroy the whole planet. We cannot do it alone. All right? Got to do some unity here. Thank you, people.
And just lastly, Also, I knew Sister Kayla that I had the chance to meet the drummer through the healing work we were doing, acupuncture. I know this healing work. We got to uplift that as well. That's so important. The healers among us and this work, and we got to seek them out. We got to free ourselves. Uhuru. Uhuru. Uhuru.
Everybody, we need to stack up the chairs. Can people start stacking them up, please? If you can, please. Thank you.
Can you please help us with the chairs? The chairs go to the back. Thank you.
Brothers and sisters,
Please leave the chairs alone. We got it. Please leave the chairs alone. We got it. Thank you. Yes. Please take whatever else is on the back. Take it as y'all leave. Thank you, thank you, thank you.